It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. The Victorian age promised a grand tomorrow. Now, you get to build it.
Hello!
Everyone, I am Björn, the community manager for Victoria 3. I'm sitting here today with you on this grand day, together with Martin, aka Wiz, game director of Victoria 3. And here we have Mikael, aka Lechek on the forums, the lead designer for Victoria 3. And today we bring you the grand premiere of Vicky 3 on stream. How do you feel?
I am so hyped. We're actually going to be playing some Vicky 3. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Like, I've really missed streaming. And you are slightly terrified?
I'm just slightly terrified. It's going to be fine. No, playing a live game on stream for the first time, it's not a thing.
It'll be fine.
It's going to be fine. We're here to tell you when you do it wrong.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah.
And we will be playing as the Blorg.
The Blorg, yes. The friendly Blorg.
We will actually be playing as the Netherlands, because we had a community vote, which I think most of you watching probably know. And we had 6 options to choose between. It was kind of a blowaway victory for the Netherlands, although Krakow was a contender as well. And yeah, so we'll be going in with the Netherlands. We'll be doing a bit of industrialization, some political change, doing some colonial gameplay, and just generally focusing on showcasing the game, talking about the decisions we're making, and the different mechanics of Victoria 3.
We'll be trying to do some industrialization. We'll see what our pops have to say about it.
It'll be fine.
And of course, the reason why we're here today is because we just opened up the pre-orders for Vicky 3. And we'll let you know that the release date will be October 25th.
Yep, so it's not that far away now. But important disclaimer, this is not the final version. There's gonna be hot code.
Yes.
I have missed saying that.
Hot.
Yes.
It's like,
Yeah, there's gonna be some bugs that we haven't fixed yet. There's gonna be some non-final AI. There's gonna be all of these things that you would associate with hot code and that you're going to completely ignore and go post about on Reddit after this. So, let's hop into the game.
Yes, and we're going to be playing sandbox mode.
Yes. We have this whole objective system, and we'll probably be playing a bit with that at later times. But right now, we just want to show the game very open-ended.
Yep. And yeah, when is Queen Victoria getting into Fortnite? We are still working on that collaboration. But yeah, any day we hope. So yeah, I feel like it's a good marriage between Vicky 3 and Fortnite. It's like very similar games.
Yes, of course. As soon as we implement the Vicky runner mode on the map as well. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here we are in the lobby. Should be pretty familiar to anyone who's played pretty much any Paradox Grand Strategy game. We have Netherlands, we have the rest of the world, but we don't care about the rest of the world. We're gonna be playing the Netherlands.
Yep.
And we have our little home territories back here. We have some colonial subjects, but you know what? Enough with the lobby. Let's get into the game.
You're sure you don't want to like just quickly go through what we see here?
Yeah.
We see that we are the 10th greatest power.
We are the 10th rank in the world. A decent amount of prestige, of course, because we have our colonies, even though we're pretty small in Europe. Okay, army, 20,000 men, 25,000 size navy. Yeah, we're a decent mid-sized
Yes.
country.
But let's hop in, because we can look at all of this
Okay.
in-game.
Yes,
And
we
there is some interesting context to playing the Netherlands in 1836, which is, of course, that only 6 years ago, historically, Belgium rebelled and broke away. And the Netherlands actually starts not particularly well industrialized, considering its history, how literate the population is, and so on. And there is a very good reason for that. It's because the Netherlands' early industrialization effort was pretty much all done in Belgium. And when Belgium left, so did those Dutch Belgian factories. So our neighbors start a lot more industrialized than we are, and we start with some claims on them. Treaty of London isn't a thing yet, but we do have colonies.
That we do.
I just want to take Belgium. For it's also instilled in me since our last EU4 stream where we took Belgium as Congo.
Yes, well, that might end up having to fight Britain, so let's just see where we can go. But yes, so besides our home territories and some minor territories in the Americas, we also have the Dutch East Indies, which is a colonial tag. It's not the Dutch East India Company, because that's not a thing anymore, but it is the Dutch East Indies, which is actually a playable tag and a subject of us, so we don't manage them directly, but we do have some ability to interact with them, to get them some territories, and hopefully they'll be producing some nice resources for us.
Yep.
And it's a little bit of a interesting Indonesian setup. There's a lot of different tags, but tell you what, we'll hop up more to this later, so let's go back home.
Right.
So what do you want to show off? Begin with, there's just so much. It's actually a little bit like, where do we even start?
Well, it is
situation.
a paradox game, so we do have the notifications at the top as usual, which is
Yeah.
a good indicator of where to start your game.
I foolishly unpaused. I'm gonna not do that yet. So of course we can start by picking our research or starting research, right?
Yeah. So, and in research, in Victoria 3, you have 3 research trees: production, military, and society. You can set one research focus on any sort of unlocked, available technology in one of the trees, and you will also get passive tech spread of technologies that's known to other countries in each tree. And how fast you get technology depends on factors such as your literacy, building universities, and certain laws. But yeah, we have a pretty decent starting level of tech. Basically, we have this sort of European baseline. We're not cutting edge, but we're definitely not behind either.
Yeah. I'm thinking we should go for canneries.
All right, why do we want to go for canneries?
Because it will allow us to use our fish production, which we have some of, given that we're a coastal nation, to feed our people. Get some more groceries, get the pop growth going a little bit, and generally not have to expand our farms quite so much.
All right, then let's pick that, and then let's actually have a look at our buildings, so that we can give the context for what you are talking about.
So we can view the buildings, of course, on a state level, but we can also see an overview of them here. So we already have food industries in Holland, 2 levels of them. But as we can see here, we can't actually do any proper fish canning yet.
All right. Yeah, and we're not producing any booze either. We need our colonial subject to make more sugar, I think.
Yeah,
We're gonna lose money on this right now. I also think it's because we're exporting a lot of sugar, but that's something we can look into later, because
Yes.
the Netherlands, of course, is pretty big on taking resources from its colonies and sending them to other places to make money.
Mm-hmm.
What other buildings do we have in our country?
Sorry.
Before we hop into it's gonna be a lot. We're gonna have a lot to go over, so let's try and focus on one thing at a time.
Yes. Sorry, you were saying.
Yes. What other buildings do we have in our country?
What other buildings? Right. So, food industries, of course, some textile mills, furniture manufactories, glassworks, paper mills. We have a pretty good section of light industry, I would say. We don't have a lot of steel mills and some arms industries here, but
Yeah.
we could move into that a little bit later on, I think, once we get some more mines going.
So what basically what we have is a consumer goods industry. We have some consumer
Yes.
goods being produced, we have some luxuries being produced, and we are kind of self-sufficient when it comes to making guns and ships for ourselves. But we have no heavy industry, and there's also a very good reason we have no heavy industry, because the Netherlands is kind of awful when it comes to industrial resources.
Right. We can see that on the market screen here, right? The industrial goods, we don't even have any coal in our market. Is that even right? Yeah.
No, that's right. We're
Yeah.
not using coal for anything.
Yeah. So, so we have hardwood, some for some reason. We are producing that in our logging camps.
Yeah, in
We have quite a bit
in
of
Indonesia.
dye, which is fantastic. Yeah, exactly. One of the few countries I think in Europe that starts with a good supply of dye in the early game. Glass, iron, but yeah, we need more coal, and we're not producing any iron of our own. We're just importing iron.
Yep. So, but let's go back to iron actually, because this is kind of relevant. Is one of the things we can do is we can actually see where it exists on the map. So now we have this thing called show potentials on the map, and we can see that there is 0 potential for iron in the Netherlands.
Ooh. Yeah.
Nothing. There is a whole bunch in Belgium, there is in Germany, there is in Sweden, and so on, but we are completely dependent on import, at least domestically. There might be a little bit in our colonies. Let's hover over to Indonesia and have a look. Yeah, barely. We have a tiny sliver over there in Sulawesi, which is not even a region we've really taken over yet.
Yeah.
So we're not great on industrial resources. This is actually kind of the challenge of the Netherlands. You start with high literacy, you start with colonies, you start with a fairly developed country, but you have like no potentials for industrial resources. And I would say this is a very significant thing, and I think you often have to think about when you start a country and you start playing in the Victoria tree, is what resources can I get for myself? In what resources do I have to trade for, and what resources might I want to, say, acquire?
Yes.
through non-diplomatic means.
Yes. Yes.
That's a good way of saying it. I see a lot of people asking about map modes, and we get like a pre-taste here when you show the potential map, but maybe we should show the lens system here.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Mikael, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, so another resource that we didn't have any access to was coal. So I'm gonna take a peek at whether I can build that, and I will show you the lenses here as well. So the production lens shows me all of the production buildings that I can get. And under resources for coal mines, I see here that I have one option, and I can actually build some coal mines here in Gelre. And what this did was when I went into this lens, it is changing the map mode automatically to give me an idea of the information that I need as I'm using this production map mode. Or production lens. So not only do I get access conveniently to my buildings here, but it also switches the mode so that I can see more information that's relevant to me. Now I only have one choice here in Gelre because that's the only state with potential for coal.
Yeah, so we can get some coal, but like no iron. We'll be
no iron,
dependent on others for that.
Exactly.
So we'll have to think a bit smartly about how we actually want to build up our industry.
Yeah.
Because we don't really have the resource potentials to do a very classical heavy industry run unless we want to just import a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I heard there's this cool, not at all overpowered country in the north that tends to produce some iron.
Canada?
We should befriend the not overpowered countries.
Yeah, no, that's true. Sweden does have a lot of benefits when it comes to both forestry and iron mines. So they do tend to run a surplus of that. So
yeah, and I believe we are actually currently trading some iron with them, even.
Are we?
I think so.
Trade routes. Iron.
Yes, we are.
Is indeed coming from Sweden. Look at that.
That's where we get all our iron currently.
Yeah.
Swedish iron power our machines.
So given that we cannot at this point acquire any iron of our own. We need to make sure that we nurture this relationship with
Yes.
Sweden. We can't be, for example, ending up in opposite sides of a war with them, because then we will lose access to their iron.
But it may also just be a good idea for us to at least right now focus more on consumer industries and the things that are our strength, rather than going full into the things that aren't really our strength.
Yeah.
But more map modes.
Which reminds me... Yeah. No, I'm getting so sidetracked here.
Yes.
Political lens gives me some options for different government buildings that I can build, which we'll get into later. Some decrees that I can choose, and some actions I can perform on a state-by-state level. But it also switches map mode to show me the power balance in my country, right? So here we have interest groups, which we'll look at in a minute. And how they are distributed, and how powerful they are. So we see the industrialists in Holland are by far the most powerful interest groups, which is going to help us liberalize, if that's indeed what we want to try to do.
That is definitely a thing we have going for us, is that we have a fairly good IG setup for liberalizing, because if you're starting as Russia, let's just say the industrialists are not particularly powerful.
Yep. So that's that. For the diplomatic lens and the diplomatic actions here, we can see at a glance, what countries like us, what countries don't. And this isn't just relations, right? This is
Attitude.
AI attitude, which is based on relations, but also includes other concerns like do we have overlapping interests, and do we have the same kind of aspirations, and what's the size of our military, and so on, right? And we seem pretty harmless to most countries. Norway is real mad at us for some reason.
It's because we trade with Sweden. They don't like that.
Yes.
And Belgium, obviously, not particularly big fan of the Dutch.
Norway doesn't like that we produce fish. They want to produce all of the fish.
Oh, yeah. But yes, Britain we are doing well with, and for some reason Russia as well.
Russia decides to be protective of us. Interesting.
Yeah. Diplomatic place.
We do
this
trade quite a bit with Russia, I believe. So
oh yes,
that might be why. But we don't have to go into that.
Yep. This is actually a sort of sub-map mode within the same diplomatic lens, which is diplomatic place. This shows us the different strategic regions in the world where different diplomatic plays can transpire, and who has interests in what region, and lets us, of course, issue those diplomatic plays as well, and diplomatic actions, which we will take many of in a bit. Military map mode, not particularly exciting right now, but it does show us our headquarter here. And our troop distribution right now, and lets us expand. And the trade mode will show us the markets, where we can see, for example, that the Prussian market is one big blob instead of many tiny markets. And Hanover belongs to the British market, and so does, of course, Canada, and Australia.
And India.
And
Yep.
India.
Yeah, well, India obviously is not nearly as important as Canada or like Australia, those economic juggernauts of 1836.
Exactly, the fur trade. And
I, for one, is shocked that England has so much influence in this game called Victoria.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
Not for long.
You
Not
can
for long.
also manually select these map modes and lock them onto the map.
Yes.
But I think we should be hopping on from map modes for now.
Yep.
You can see it, and so you don't have to be in the lens to look at the map mode. You can go, hey, I actually just want to play right now with this map mode and lock it.
Yeah, and we do switch contextually all over the place, right? Like the standard of living, as you hover the standard of living map mode, we will also show you the distribution.
So one of the things I like to do when just starting at a new game is make some friends, because you never know when someone's gonna try and mess with you. And we've already seen that, like, we have several great powers. We've gotten a good start here. We have several great powers that like us. I would actually say that we are pretty much a love fest from the great powers here, which is not that common, but nice.
Yeah.
I don't think America is presently that relevant, so
No.
we'll leave them alone. Britain, but they also love the Belgians, so I'm a little more skeptical there.
Yeah.
So I would say, why don't we go ahead and suck up to Prussia and France? Let's play both
Prussia
sides
and
here.
France, yeah. Why not? So we're going to improve relations with them, right? Which is going to take some of our influence capital that we get from our power ranking, which is decent enough as we.
That's actually a good question from chat. Like, since not everyone might not be super familiar with this historical time period, so just like, what are the great powers in the world at this period of time?
And it's a very simple way to check it, because we can just look at the rankings. So let's have a peek. Yes, so the great powers are Great Britain, of course. It's the Victorian age, they're number 1. France at number 2. Russia, Austria, Prussia, and the United States are currently the great powers. And then we basically have this whole system of power rankings. We have great powers, we have major powers, we have minor and insignificant powers, and we have a separate power ranking system for unrecognized countries, which is something we'll get into a bit later. So the largest, like the most prestigious major power right now is actually East India Company because of their enormous Indian economy. But of course they're a subject, so there's a limit to what they can do with that major power abilities. And then we have Spain, we have the Ottomans, and then we have us at number 10.
Yep.
Typically the great powers are going to spend a lot of time fighting and rivaling each other. And yeah, we've had the luck that they all seem to like us right now, which isn't something just like, oh, they're all set to love the Netherlands. This is just, yeah, we had a little bit of a luck of the draw for this particular stream.
Yeah.
Maybe Belgium is in the cards.
The question is also, how is the number of great powers determined? It's a fixed number of 6, right?
No.
No?
It is not
No?
a fixed number of 6. The way it works is that which power ranking you are is based on your prestige.
Yeah.
And if we hover over the prestige for Britain, we just lock the tooltip and we can see you did action lock. So, right, no, we cannot see it. Yeah, we can see that if they're reduced below 221 for an extended time, the major power. So the way it works is that your power ranking is determined by your prestige compared to the global average prestige. So if you have a very high prestige compared to the global average, will be a great power. If you have a pretty high compared to the global average, will be a major power, and so on. So over time, typically the global average will go up. So the amount of prestige required to be a great power in 1836 will not be the same as the amount required in, say, 1895. And there is no limit to how many great powers you can have, although it tends to end up being somewhere between 5 and 8.
Yeah.
But depending on who is doing well and who is not doing well.
Yeah, and it's all relative, right? So if you have high enough, you could even become the only great power in the world. It's extremely unlikely, but it could happen. And we can see here that we need to reach 245 in order to become a great power ourselves. And
that's a decent chunk, but it should be doable.
Yeah. Yes. Right. So where were we?
All right. Yes, we were starting to suck up to France and Prussia.
That we were.
And yeah, I think you already started improving relations with them, which is a good way to start. Like, we actually have pretty crappy relations with France, but I believe they have the conciliatory attitude, which is if you close the lens. Yes, which is basically so an attitude is sort of boiled down. How will the AI relate between what do they want to do with another country, so to speak? Everything from make them your vassal, become friends, and so on. And conciliatory attitude is an attitude where, as it says, I think we're enemies right now, but I don't think we should be anymore. So they're gonna try to befriend us again, which is actually quite nice because we do want to befriend them.
Yep.
And relations in this game is quite a strong effect that's gonna influence a lot what we're able to do with them. But I also don't think we should get too deep into diplomacy right now because we haven't even built a building yet.
No.
And also to clarify to chat, like, there's so much to go through. We cannot explain all the things at immediately, so we're going to have to take it a little bit step by step here. So there's going to be a bunch of stuff that is unexplained for a while, but hopefully we'll get to that soon enough.
And yeah, just to answer a couple of questions, the attitude can absolutely change during the game, and you can even see at a breakdown what's causing the attitude. So it's not just like a black box. The game will explain that you have like an attitude score combined with their strategic desire, which is like their sort of, oh, how do I relate to this other country? Like, how do I think this other country should have a relationship with me in the future? And that plus the attitude score will determine the attitude.
Yep.
Do we want to answer the questions about about that one, about the radio pack?
About the radio pack. So yeah, do you have an answer?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a question about what the pre-order bonus, like what a radio pack is. If it's in-game music, yes, it is in fact in-game music, and it's awesome. I'm not entirely sure if we have gone out with all the details on it yet.
You can also play it outside of the game, right? If
Yes.
you want to.
Yeah, no. You get it outside the game as well,
Yep.
but it is a lot of in-game music. I would love if we could get a confirmation from Control Room on whether we went down to the details on that yet. But for now, let's actually develop some economy, because that is kind of what this game is about, and we've been confusedly hopping between menus long enough, I think.
Yeah. So I don't care if it's suboptimal right now. I have decided that we are going to be the canning champions. So let's build some fisheries, right? Actually, let's not build fisheries in Friesland.
No.
No fish?
Well, why not? What did
All right, so why did you change your mind?
Because I want to keep my fishing wharves in Holland mostly.
And why is that?
Um,
Tell her. The audience doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt good. No, the efficiency here, the construction efficiency in Holland was slightly better, and I don't have a lot of construction capacity at the moment, and the efficiency lets me distribute that a little bit better.
All right.
It's honestly not a major decision. I just sort of felt like it, and this gives me a tiny little bonus.
You do also get the economy of scale bonus if you concentrate in a single state, but we do have the both states.
Yes.
That's not really a
we
factor.
also got a diplomatic thing from
I
Denmark.
think Denmark
here.
wants to do something.
Oh, Denmark. Trade agreement with
Okay.
Denmark.
So Denmark wants to enter a trade agreement. What a trade agreement is that it removes tariffs and administrative costs of trade route between the two countries.
Yes.
Are we trading with Denmark?
Let's
Or are they
find out.
just hoping to trade in the future?
I don't think so.
I believe if you go into market, it's easier to just go into the market lands and then look at their market
I
rather
indeed
than
can do
scrolling through
that.
all the
I indeed can do
possible things.
that.
It's not gonna switch because you have the panel open.
Yeah, no, but I can still see. There's no trade going on with Denmark at the moment.
Okay.
So they're just...
Yeah, I guess they
Perspectively.
want to trade with us, but I would
Yeah.
say it's not worth the influence. So influence is the bird up top that says plus 550. It's our capacity to do diplomacy with other countries, and every deal we sign and every diplomatic action we maintain is going to cost influence. I would say it's not worth it to spend influence on non-existent trade deals with Denmark right now.
Mhm.
Might be worth it to sign a trade agreement with Sweden,
Yes.
because then we wouldn't have to pay bureaucracy on all of those, like all that wood and iron we're importing, and we also wouldn't have to pay tariffs on it.
Yes. So let's see if we can do that actually. Trade agreement, and we can send one, but they would not accept it.
We would probably have to improve relations with them a little bit for
A
them to accept.
little bit, just like a couple points.
Yeah.
Let's do that then.
So now we're spending the diplomacy points. I mean, it might be worth mentioning also how it differs with the points up there. There's not like EU4, for example, where you have a bank that you spend. This works slightly different.
Exactly. You don't build this stuff up. It's not like we get 400 and store it. It's rather that we have a total of 1,200, and we're like our capacity, and we're currently using 800 of that capacity. And once you run out, you won't be able to do more things. Like, if we wanted to also improve relations with Britain, and we didn't have enough influence, then we'd have to like stop improving relations with Prussia or something, so that we would be removing one of those like expense posts right now.
And improving relations, I mean, it is something that eventually you're going to be done. Like, you can't improve relations any further. But if you stop, then it's going to start decaying, right? And the other side can actually damage relations as well. So you might want to actually keep doing that if it's a relationship that really matters to you. Pacts, of course, like subject relationships, they just retain their cost forever.
Yeah, unless we want to let go of them, which we don't.
Yeah, which we don't.
So yeah, let's get back to the economics then. So
Yes.
we're building some fisheries, and it's
We
going to
are.
cost us some money.
Mhm.
We've started having a little negative balance.
Yes, but we can see here the number is not red yet. Actually, it is white instead of green or red, and the reason for that is because this is a temporary expense. So we actually have a positive balance generally, but while we're doing this construction, it's just going to go into the negative a little bit. This is fine. We have a gold reserve of 423,000.
And we're also able to take on quite a bit of debt. So we're nowhere near, like, we could definitely be building more stuff right now.
Yeah, so this is no problem, actually, for us. But we can, yeah.
I would say that our construction is going very slowly.
It is.
So why is that?
Why is that? It's because we actually don't have a lot of construction industry built in.
You were on the right top.
Yeah, built in the Netherlands. We
And they're
only have
also
2
using
levels.
a very inefficient method.
They are. We're only building wooden buildings because, you know, you need iron to build iron frame buildings. We can do this. And
it's not going to be good.
No, we can do it. It would let us build faster, but it would consume more iron, which would increase the price of iron, and it would also increase the demand from Sweden, which means the Swedish iron mines would be making more money.
I would say
our
even more
expense.
crucially, it requires tools, and we have no tools.
We have
or at
no
the very
tools.
least, we have very few tools.
That's horrible. We have no tools. We need tooling industries in Holland.
I would say so, yes.
Yes. So we can't move to that yet, which means that, you know what, maybe building fisheries was not the right
No,
call.
I think what we should really be doing is we should be expanding our construction industry a little bit, because yes, we could be going hard here trying to get, like, the problem is if we build tooling workshops, then those are going to need iron, they're going to need wood. We're already dependent on import of wood and iron.
Yep.
They're going to produce tools. They're going to use a lot of iron. In addition, we're going to need more iron for the iron frame buildings.
Yes.
So while it's definitely a viable strategy for us to try and get access to all of these goods, personally, I would actually start by just going, you know what, for now, let's just build everything in wood.
Yeah.
And let's keep going for now.
Expand our construction sector. Yeah. Now we can spread it out a little bit, which will give us some local efficiency bonuses, or we can concentrate it in Holland and get a larger efficiency bonus there. I'm thinking at least in our core lands, we want to have one in each.
Let's pop up a few more construction industries.
Actually.
And a little trick we can do then is go into the construction queue and move the construction sectors to the top.
Indeed.
Since they will actually cause the others to build faster. Oh.
Should disable that Windows button.
Yes.
I'm trying to hotkey.
So yeah,
There we go.
for context, what does it cost us to? What does it cost to construct construction sector?
Right. So construction always costs construction, but construction is a kind of currency or capacity that's allocated to construction projects. But the actual cost here is twofold. It's material goods, and right now we're using wood and fabric to construct, and it's also wages, because all buildings in Victoria 3 are staffed by pups. We haven't even talked about pups. So the construction sectors currently are mostly laborers and a few clerks and bureaucrats that run the operation. So this is the cost. It's sort of mostly wood, one half wood, half of it is fabric, and half of it is wages.
It's like 75% wood, but yeah. Oh, you mean, yeah, right.
Yeah, no, in terms of total cost.
And the way it works with the construction industries is that they will always, like, they're government buildings. You will always be paying wages on them, but they will only be using materials relative to you building things. So you can sort of just leave your construction industries idling in order to save money when you're not able to build things. But it is nice to be able to build things. And you know what? Let's stop pausing so much. We can just leave the game running at a slow speed. I know it's like paradox instinct to just pause whenever you make decisions.
It really is.
But
It really is. We will run it.
let's go.
I wanted to ask you to segue into something that's quite important for the game, which is interest groups and popsen. So, like, let's because I don't think we looked at that. What is the political situation in the Netherlands right now? I mean, it's a pretty important part of the game.
Yeah. No, we can take a look. So, we are a constitutional monarchy, meaning that we are a monarchy, but we actually have a voting system. So, census suffrage is our distribution of power. So the people do ostensibly decide what goes on here, which means that we also have some political parties, or in this case we only have one actually. We have the Free Trade Party that has all of the votes, and the industrialists are the only ones
I
that
believe in
have
this case there should be more parties, but this is a part where we're still doing a lot of tweaking and fixing.
Yeah. So they have received, which is probably why they are the ones that are as powerful as they are. But they're not in government even. The petite bourgeoisie and the evangelical church share the government spots, and as a result, our legitimacy is not fantastic, which means it's going to take a little bit longer for us to pass laws. Our people are quite happy with us, though. Like, we can see there's no actually angry interest groups. Most of them are quite satisfied.
Well, just wait until we start making changes.
Yeah. But at the moment, we get actually some benefits from our happy interest groups as well. The landowners provide us with family ties. It gives us more influence. And the evangelical church gives us more authority, and the petite bourgeoisie gives us more bureaucracy. That's very symmetrical at the moment. But there's lots of other kinds of effects that they can lend as well, and negative effects if they were angry.
Yep. Exactly, I was going to say. So you see here the cards which will activate when they reach certain approval thresholds.
Yeah.
And when you drop down below, you have the opposite then with the moluses instead of the bonuses.
Exactly. So, for example, here we can see that our 51 bureaucracy includes 10% bonus, so about 40-ish from the petite bourgeoisie. So if we increase our spending of bureaucracy a little bit and then lose the benefit of their approval, then we're going to go in the negative of bureaucracy. And
let's unpause again.
Figure out some other way.
I know we have a lot to talk about.
I keep hitting that pause button.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I think this is going to be even relevant when we actually feel like there is a law we're going to pass, and I think there are definitely laws that are relevant for us to pass.
Yep.
But for now, we're just developing a little bit. We're trying to improve things.
Yep.
Like, what would you say, do we have any real problem areas in our country? Like, do we have, like, if we're aiming to industrialize, if we're aiming to catch up to all the things we actually lost in Belgium, what issues do we have to deal with? Because I think one, it would definitely be that while we have reasonably decent literacy, it could be better. And that's because of qualifications.
Yes.
So this is a really relevant thing for the pop, and something you're going to have to deal with and think about when you're passing laws.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Our literacy rate, so about half the people of Holland can currently read and write. That doesn't necessarily only improve. That could actually decline if people get a lower access to education. And at the moment, they have we actually have a decent school system, right?
Yeah, but we can't make it better right now.
We cannot make it better.
Now Russia wants
because we're
something up
locked.
here.
Russia
wants
wants
a
a
trade
trade
agreement.
agreement. We do trade with Russia,
We
right?
do trade with Russia.
Yeah, let's
Go ahead and
accept
accept.
that one. That costs us 100 influence. That is worth it. It isn't without downsides though, because it does mean that we will not be collecting tariffs
Yeah.
from them. So,
But I think we're all right on that right now.
yeah, yeah, and we're gonna want the lumber that they provide in order to build all of our things. Now the construction industry, the first one is going to be done, and we're going to be increasing our construction capacity soon. And yes, but I think the main issue that I saw was the lack of tools.
Yeah.
We can either import that or we can create our own domestic source.
Yeah, and either way, we are going to need more iron. So
Yeah.
I think we are gonna want that additional trade agreement with Sweden whenever they're open to it, which is gonna take a little bit of time
Yeah.
improving relations.
I think
Yeah.
Great Britain wants a
Great-
trade agreement
Everyone
now.
wants to trade with us right now, but we're not gonna be able to trade with absolutely everyone.
Yeah. I actually... Oh, it's so
Are we
close,
gonna let it
so
time out?
close, so close.
Yeah, we're just gonna let it time out.
Oh, here's another factor. The ideological similarities of our governments gives us a +9. So we don't want to be changing. If we want that trade agreement, where we can't be having any drastic changes in laws right now either.
But let's ignore a little bit the offers we're getting and think about. So iron. So we can
Yeah,
trade
okay.
for iron with Sweden,
Mhm.
but of course there is a lot of other countries also trading with iron for Sweden. So how then are we gonna get iron? Let's think about other ways to get iron, because I think there was some iron over in Indonesia, and we might also wanna just generally look at these from perspective of what if we just wanna look for iron?
Sure. So I'm gonna go back in here and look at the potentials. There's some irons here.
Yes, 21. There's also some in Brunei, from what I could see.
In Brunei.
North Borneo.
Did they have? They did have some iron.
It's not a
there.
lot, but
Nice.
it's iron.
Yeah.
Does Brunei have any friends?
Do they have friends?
They have some trade agreements, but that's
Trade
about it.
agreements. Some
The
some
AI is
prospective
very fond of
trade.
trade agreements in this version
Yeah.
of the game, by the way. This is a slightly older version of the game.
What are you thinking? This sounds
I am
nefarious.
thinking that not exactly right now, but we should start thinking about tooling industries. But I think that we should be thinking either to bring them into our customs union and encouraging them to build iron mines,
Ooh.
or we should take them over directly.
Right. Right.
So do you have a preference?
Friendship is mandatory, you say.
I think let's try for the customs union,
Hmm.
and if that doesn't work, let's go the nuclear option.
Cool.
Chat is going to be very disappointed that you went with that.
I mean, it isn't all that Dutch to be befriending the Indonesians instead of smacking them around, but yeah. So let's see, how would they feel about the customs union then?
So
We actually need to improve relations to the point where they are cordial.
They are needs to be at least cordial for that.
Yes, but we can actually see the acceptance if you don't do it on the lens. This is probably a tooltip we should improve. We can see if they would accept it if we're cordial. Interactions.
And that is going to
Invite
be
to customs union.
Invite to customs union here. And they are saying no to that with a rather large acceptance score.
Yeah, we might be
because
able to get over this, but it's actually going to be a lot of work.
the attitude is the big issue here.
Yeah.
Which is because
They really have a particularly strong view of us right now, so they're kind of cautious towards us.
yeah.
You know what? Let's start gearing up those tooling workshops. Let's see if we can get what we need from Sweden without getting infamy.
Yeah.
Let's unpause. And Take your thumb off the spacebar, Mikael.
Dueling workshop.
Bad.
There we go.
Bad.
Holland.
But
Let's
if
go
we
with
cannot get all the iron we need through trade,
Yeah.
we are going to get the iron we need through alternative trade.
Yes.
Well, there's not the mystery what the chat wants. Which
No, the
they
chat
wants to
has
go.
made it very clear what they want, but we aren't here just to wage war. We're only here to wage war out of economic necessity.
So we're building up our construction sectors. We have built 2 levels already. The amount hasn't increased a whole lot though. And
That's
I
because
guess
they haven't
it
been employed
depends-
yet.
Exactly. Because even though we finished the buildings, it doesn't mean that the buildings have actually finished recruiting, which they have to do, or else they will not be able to produce enough. But it looks like it's going at least. They are hiring, albeit slowly. Might be because of our literacy rate. But yeah, they will
Oh,
eventually staff up.
Interesting. We're being offered something here. So this is a country in Indonesia, and they want to go into a defensive pact with us, and they're actually sweetening the deal. So they're saying if we agree to defend them and not eat them, they will go into they will give us an obligation, which is something like a hook from CK3. It's basically something we can use to make them agree to something we want. For instance, we might want to bring them into a market or make them a subject.
Yeah.
So it's also going to be very cheap to have a defensive pact that unrecognized power. So I actually think let's go ahead and accept.
Yeah.
And let's see if we can do something with this obligation.
Yeah,
Because
it only costs us 75. That's really
Yeah, this is fine.
Pause.
Let's see if we can do something with this obligation.
good. Yeah.
We don't want a trade agreement this because we're not trading with them, but I think we
Yeah.
want them in our customs union.
Yeah. So they would not accept that,
But
but
we have an obligation.
we have an obligation, so we can still do that. We can use an obligation and pull them in. There
Right.
we go.
And now let's look at our market in the map mode. We can see.
Yes. What did this do for us?
So what the customs union is, it's kind of a pseudo-subject relationship in that they're able to leave it anytime they want, but it's not great for them because they will grow over time. But what it did is it actually pulled them into our market. So anything they build, for instance, let's look at the resources in their little state there. They have access to some coal, some log, they have access to a bunch of plantation resources, and anything they build now, anything they produce is going to be available in our market.
Yep.
Which, yeah, so as they build up their economy, we also get access to those resources, and most crucially, any consumer goods we produce will also be sold in Kutai. So we have more people to buy stuff that they don't need, which will make us money.
That's right.
Consumerism in the 1800s. Wonderful.
Cool. Did we start building a tooling workshop? Yes, we did.
We started
Yeah.
building it, yeah, but we're
Let's,
still working on our
Let's
construction.
pop up to speed 3.
And actually, I wanna
Mhm.
emphasize those before the fishing wharfs, I think.
Yes.
All right.
Let's also pop up to speed 3.
Speed 3. There we go.
And I just want to calm chat a little. Like, war is part of the game, but it's not
Yes.
the main part
And it's
of
not
the game.
going to be the focus of this stream. We're gonna be playing the game. We're probably gonna be beating someone up. I'm sure there will be a war before the end of this stream, but not exactly right now.
Hold your horses.
Can I issue this trade
Yes,
agreement?
I do
Not
believe
yet.
there's one more thing we could be doing to get some iron actually,
Mhm.
which is that I believe that we could be establishing a colony in Sulawesi, because there was some iron over there as well.
Ooh,
Yes.
nice. That we are going to do.
Yes, so this is distinct from the regular like conquering and so on, and it's because the country here, Sulawesi, we're not gonna get a very slow colony, but this is also something we can look into when we've done some research.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, but it'll be fine. We'll get something. Everyone we're sending there is dying, but it's early access. It's an early access colony.
Yeah.
We'll fix it.
Okay.
We'll fix it in post-release.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but we only have that one colony, but it's still growing so slowly. This is because of malaria, isn't it? That
Yes.
is exactly
And
the
note
reason
that
why.
the timer there is not to finish the colony, the timer is to get one more province.
One more
But
province, yeah.
Sulawesi is decentralized. Let's have a look at Sulawesi, the country.
But hey, we can build an iron mine already. Let's look at...
Yes. Sulawesi.
Yeah.
Yes, precisely. So you can see that they call it decentralized power. Let's also close the lens so we get the whole view on them. And you can see that they don't have a lot of the regular like diplomacy and so on, because they are a non-centralized country. They're not playable and they don't have most of the regular mechanics. What they basically have is that they can be colonized instead of, you don't have to conquer them to take their land. They can rise up if the tension, which is down there, gets high, and it's going to depend on how quickly we colonize, basically. The faster we colonize them, the faster tension goes up.
Yeah.
And if they end up attacking, they're gonna raise some battalions, we might get a war in that way. But yeah. Either way, I think that we are definitely gonna have to prioritize doing something about our early access colony once we finish researching canneries.
We have some event going on here too.
Okay.
We have inefficient agriculture in Dutch Ghana. The existence of subsistence farms offends the industrialists, apparently. Their undeniable inefficiency should be immediately addressed.
Note that they're somehow not offended by subsistence farms back in Holland.
No.
They're just like no subsistence farms in Dutch Ghana.
That's right. So do we want to, if we do discourage subsistence farming, we get some migration attraction, which might be nice. Upper strata pops will become more radical, though.
Yeah, but that's in Dutch Ghana.
Yeah.
I think we definitely should agree with their little pet project here.
Yeah.
We might also get some migration to Dutch Ghana. Let's have a look at Dutch Ghana since it's relevant here. But let's go ahead and... Yeah, you can pause when there's an event so that it doesn't automatically select.
Yeah, but I have already agreed.
Yes,
so
perfect.
here we have it. Discourage subsistence farming.
We should also head over to
Nice.
Dutch Ghana so they can see what we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe you should explain what subsistence farmers are.
It's not over here. It's shouldn't there be a go-to button here?
There should be, but I don't see it.
There. There is a search provided.
Indeed.
Yes, I thought
There
so.
we go. Yeah, of course.
They've been moving around everything in the interface lately.
Yes.
Okay, so this is our little
so
African colony. We do
yeah.
have several colonies, actually.
But
they're
this
all-
is not actually a growing colony.
Oh,
This
right.
is-
No, because it's actually just on the border with Ashanti, who are not a decentralized power.
So
You're
this
right.
is unincorporated. We could incorporate it and make it part of Holland proper, but it would take 20 years.
Yeah, and then we'd have to
let's
pay
not do
for it, then we'd have to
Eh.
give people voting rights, and it's a mess. So let's not do
There's
it.
malaria there.
But
we don't want that.
we got some migration boost there,
Yeah.
right? So let's
We
have a
did.
look at migration.
Yes.
Population.
Let's take a look at migration. So our attraction, actually, we can look at the map mode here. The migration attraction, yeah, it's quite good. It's quite good. It's not quite as good as Accra, which is doing even better.
Yeah, I believe, so basically we don't get as much colonial migration, and that's because we have the colonial exploitation law, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So we're going to be more reliant on events and modifiers and decrease if we want to populate our colonies.
Yeah.
But we do get more production in our colonies.
Yeah.
So the Netherlands is more focused on extracting resources from their colonies than they're focused on sending people in clogs to colonize.
Build windmills in Ghana.
Yeah, to build windmills in Dutch Ghana.
Yep.
Yeah, we
so-
should probably get into the migration mechanics eventually as well. But yeah, we need to.
Yeah, there's a lot to get into, and you know, we should also just keep playing.
So these
Yeah.
are the offensive subsistence farms in
Yes.
Dutch Ghana that they were talking about. So this is for every bit of arable land that we're not currently using.
Mhm.
It means that people can go there and work as peasants.
Is there anything nice we could build here then?
Uh,
If we want to put those subsistence farms to better use.
Yeah, is there? I mean, we could build plantations.
I would say more relevant actually, we can build a logging camp and we can get some more wood, because
Yeah.
The Netherlands is not great for wood.
Well, wasn't sugar a shortage?
You're actually
well.
right about that. We didn't have a lot of sugar. So let's build a sugar plantation here while we're at
Yeah.
it. And this is a lot of, honestly, how the game plays. It's sort of figuring out which states you have, what you need, making a lot of decisions, tweaking your production methods, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point, and just messing around with your economy, trying to make it spin and do what you want. And then, you know, of course, diplomacy, war, politics, all of those things kind of spin around the economy, so to speak.
Yeah.
So there's a question I would actually like to answer, which is, do natives need to westernize before they can do anything of importance like Wiki 2? And I think we're not talking about natives here, because decentralized powers, in this case, cannot become centralized powers. They're just decentralized. For this, we might want to do something with this in the future, but there's a lot of unrecognized powers, which is, for instance, China. And unrecognized basically is a status a country has, where what it means is more or less that the European great powers are pretty racist against them, and so they're not treated as an equal, and it's a purely diplomatic penalty. They get treated less seriously, it's cheaper in infamy to conquer. Unpause the game.
There's an
He
event,
wanted
so
to do the
I'm-
event.
Oh, I
playing,
see.
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah,
You're right.
I'm actually right this time.
You are right this time. It's cheaper to conquer from them. They don't get as much influence. They have a harder time doing diplomacy, and they get lower tech spread and so on. But it's not like, oh, they can't build factories or they can't recruit armies. You can theoretically be the world's most advanced country and also an unrecognized power. It's just that even though you're the world's most advanced country, because you haven't achieved recognition yet, which is something you can achieve, Great Britain and Austria and France are still sneering at you.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here that just based on prestige alone, Great Qing has almost as much as France, but they're still number 12 in the world just because they cannot achieve a greater.
Yeah, they can't achieve a
power
higher rank
status.
than unrecognized major power because they're just not allowed to.
But in
take
terms of
seriously.
actual raw, like real power, they're absolutely have a lot of abilities there.
All
It's
right,
just
so we had an event, you said.
diplomatically. Yes, language in the classroom. So Ashkenazi students sometimes use their native language in Dutch schools. And some have called for teachers to penalize the use of these languages, forcing children to speak the official language. Should school teach them to speak the proper language, or is that language part of their heritage? So this is a
Are we
decision.
gonna inflict the Dutch language on the poor Jews?
Yes. And the question here, this is going to affect our entire country for 5 years. We are going to get some radical Ashkenazi pops if we choose that. And we will get increased assimilation.
But also more radicals from discrimination.
Yeah.
I don't think there are not that many of them, truth be told. So it's I would say the smart thing to do is to care more about the interest group effects here.
Because here, so the petit bourgeoisie and the evangelical church, remember, they are the ones that make up our government.
Yeah, I don't think we can answer this unless we think about what do we actually want to accomplish. Because right now we're kind of just running the starting government of the petit bourgeoisie and the evangelical church. So, just making them happy, if we're just going to stick with that one, makes sense. But I'm sure there's something we could be improving here. So, what do you think? Should we be looking at changing a law? I know, for instance, do we still have the mercantilist trade law?
We
I
do.
believe so.
We
So
do.
this is a thing that we have, we have kind of an old export-focused policy. And meanwhile, we've been talking about, we're gonna need to import a lot of iron in order to maintain our industrialization. And I think mercantilism and trying to industrialize the Netherlands is not gonna play super nicely together.
No, you're right.
So this event is actually gonna be relevant based on which law you want to pass.
Yeah. But which do we want to go for here? I mean, do we want to go free trade already? We probably do. Because
Yeah.
the industrialists.
So the
are
problem
powerful.
here is that I like protectionism. Free trade is nice as well.
Yeah.
Protectionism is basically a law that gives you a lot of control, a lot of tariffs and so on. Free trade is very lack of control. You can't do tariffs. You can't really block people from trading with you.
Yeah.
But all trade routes are very efficient. So, and the industrialists love free trade, apparently. So I would actually say that we want to do here is switch to free trade.
Yes. Which
Yeah, it
means
doesn't...
I may as well.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and be nice to the Jews.
Yes.
And then we're gonna have to reform our government, I think. Because,
We
you
do.
know, this coming out of this.
Let's see. Now, we have not had an election recently, which means that any changes we make where we kick these guys out is going to make them real angry. Our next election is on 1839. though.
Okay, then, yeah,
That's a long time from
then
now.
we're gonna have to keep going. We're gonna get to like
you
1
think
year
so?
in this stream if we don't continue.
All right. Yeah.
Right, but no, let's not cause a massive upset. We can reform the government right now, but it's kind
Yeah.
of a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wait until the next election, and after the next election, we're definitely going to be reform our government.
Yes. In the meantime, how much
think
damage has this cost? Okay, so the evangelical church has
Yeah,
pulled
it's
away.
not
their
it's not a
their
huge deal.
support. We're still okay capacity-wise. The intelligentsia
Yeah.
is giving us some bonuses now, so we get actually cheaper society tech cost for that. I'm gonna say no,
No.
to Magwinda now.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I think our tooling workshops are done, and I think they're probably
They
in pain.
are done. They're not doing fantastic here because there is no demand for tools, but there is demand for wood. So we
Yeah.
can see that they're actually running a deficit.
I think it makes the most sense here to switch to pig iron tools, and then
You think
flip. Yes, actually, and then let's flip on tools for some of our construction industries and see if our trade routes can manage the stress.
All right, let's have a look. So
I think the main use for
Already
tools
have
right now is
those.
actually construction, and we want to industrialize.
yeah, we can do that. Do we want to do this as well?
Yeah,
I think
this is
so.
good because it's more tools for more furniture.
Yeah.
So what we're doing now is that we're messing around with construction methods. Construction methods.
Production.
Yes, sorry. Production methods. I had construction on my mind. Production methods are essentially how you determine what the building produces, which advanced methods it uses, and so on. You can have a lot of different production methods, like we were looking earlier at wood buildings versus cast iron buildings. Okay, so we're
Whoa.
actually facing kind of a shortage right now.
Yeah, so the tools are great. They're very expensive now. as we
Yeah,
can
but
see.
I think we flipped it on for too many of our construction industries.
Yeah,
frankly.
and we don't have enough iron.
And that
So
there
it's
was a
not
little
keeping
warning
it.
about that in the tool tip. You just kind of went ahead.
Yeah.
Cool.
There, I'll try this.
So what
to
we
see.
did now was
This is bad.
you
This is
just
better.
did it for certain provinces here. So it was just Holland, I believe.
Okay, so apparently there is a diplomatic play starting.
Oh. And
Your-
Prussia
yes.
wants to trade.
Let's see. Diplomatic play started. Let's look at our notifications.
Make dominion against.
Okay, so Great Britain is trying to make a subject out of Futajalon, which is a little, it's a more centralized country in West Africa.
Mhm.
And they're probably, if it's just Britain versus Futajalon, then no, this is gonna be kind of a stomp. So the big question is any other great power going to come in and defend them? Not necessarily because
Yeah.
they so fond of Futajalon, but because they're not particularly fond of Britain.
And the reason why we even got notified of this is because we have an interest in this region, right?
Yes.
Because on account of our
And we could get
colony
involved.
there.
Yes, so we could get involved in this, but I would say let's hold off and see if Britain actually offers us something,
Yeah.
because I see no reason to just...
We're currently supporting Britain, though.
No, we're leaning Britain.
Okay.
We're leaning
So this is
towards-
just like you begin with a stance which is sort of based on your diplomacy, and yeah, we have a diplomatic play. Let's hop back. We can see that we have us, according to the game, leaning Great Britain because of our good relations with them. We have France and Portugal and some other countries either leading Futajalon or on the fence. Probably not everyone here is going to get involved.
Mhm.
And if we look at sway countries, we can actually move around our own stance. So the way this works is that in a diplomatic play, Britain is trying to get something from Futajalon. Futajalon is probably gonna try to get something back from Britain, maybe war reparations or something, and then other countries can weigh in. Right now, because we're in the opening moves of the diplomatic play, they apparently want a treaty port for some reason. Because we're in the opening moves, we can't really take sides yet. It's gonna have to wait a little bit, but we can set our stance indicating that we will be amenable to Britain or that we will be amenable to Futajalon.
Mhm.
So let's actually stay amenable to Britain and see if they offer us something really nice.
Yeah.
And let's continue.
What will be interesting here is to see if France manages to get swayed to oppose Britain, because that could get ugly real fast.
Yes, it could.
So yeah, what we have here in the diplomatic play, I think you should might want to explain the phases here. Little what's going on, what's going to happen here now.
Yeah, so in the opening moves, it's just the two main sides, Britain and their target, setting their main war goal. And everyone else gets a chance to sort of set their initial stance. And then we're going to move into diplomatic maneuvers. So this is when the two leaders can start offering. Like they can go, hey, if you back me, I'll give you this, or I might give you an obligation, I might see if you can promise you some land if they think you can take it, and so on. And other countries can also just decide to get involved or declare neutrality. So right now we still have nobody that's really getting involved. They probably aren't that interested, but it might happen. We'll see. Everyone's kind of full on money and whatnot, and France and Britain aren't super good friends. So
we can see here also that Britain only mobilized 10 battalions
So far, at
they're,
least.
They're yeah.
But
So
they're
far
generally not
matching
going to
the-
mobilize their entire army if all
No.
they have to do is beat up Futajalon. They'll mobilize as much as they think they need.
Yep. Presumably their army might be a little more advanced than
Yes,
than
it's
theirs.
definitely more advanced.
But yeah, that'll be interesting to see. But they're not actually offering us anything, so
No,
we
I
have no
mean,
reason to get involved.
Britain
here.
has no reason to offer us anything unless someone were to get involved on the enemy side, because they pretty much think that, oh yes, they're just gonna win this.
That's
And
what
so
might be
far,
the
none
case.
of the great powers seem particularly interested in just giving a damn about this particular conflict, which I would say is kind of fair.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. Can we? Yes.
Yes,
Send
we can have a trade agreement with
to
Sweden.
now.
How are we doing on iron now?
Let's take a look at iron.
Yeah, so
Good.
excellent. So our trade routes. Oh, what? Just okay. We just stopped trade. We just stopped constructing things. We ran out of things to build.
Yes.
So that's why our
All right.
sell orders and buy orders suddenly dropped. But
Yeah.
we were actually doing pretty nice on iron, because our trade route with Sweden was sort of automatically adjusting to what we need.
And trade routes, or rather, here I want to go in here and take a look at our tooling
Just want to
workshops.
point out that it went into the final phase here, I believe.
Yep.
The
So now-
diplomatic play.
So now we're gonna have to see. And in the final phase, countdown to war, it just means that everyone's involved. And in this case, it's nobody, because nobody cares. Nobody cares to stop Britain.
Hanover, of course.
Well,
is
that's
on.
because they're
Yeah.
subject, or
Yeah.
was their subject. They just broke away. And it's just a matter of, are they gonna back down or not?
Mm.
I think in this case, they're not backing down because Britain hasn't mobilized a whole lot, and just sometimes the AI will just go, hey, I think I can win this anyway. But I suspect that this is gonna go Britain's way.
Yeah.
Let's have a
this
peek.
seems
Let's have a
likely.
peek. Let's look at the map instead of staring at ourselves at this little war.
Sure.
So there's now a front between the British colony of Sierra Leone and and there's a battle. And Headley Reed is advancing with his 4,000 men.
Ooh, look at
Oh.
this.
Oh boy.
Just in time for the war. We got
Yes,
some pizza.
we'll be getting pizza, which means we'll be taking a little. We'll be eating a little
break
bit.
soon, yeah. So yeah, this is they only have 4 battalions versus 8, but yeah, for sure they have much better stats here, much better offense and defense.
Yeah,
and
this battle I think is definitely going Britain's way, even though they're outnumbered 2-1.
Yeah. Good battle conditions for them as well.
Yep.
So yeah, they captured a province here, and they're going to keep advancing. And they don't have enough, or they don't have a lot to advance into. To be honest,
No,
here
I'm fairly certain
that war will be over soon.
that this is going to be over pretty soon, and with not a lot of expenditure for Britain, because nobody else got involved. They were able to keep their mobilization to a limited degree, and yeah, they're just kind of trouncing over football. So the only thing they're really gonna lose out of this is that they're gonna get a bunch of infamy. They're gonna have some people die, some costs, maybe irritate some of the other great powers because they wanted that colony for themselves.
Yep.
And yeah, you know what? I think we should be building stuff because
Oh,
we're
yeah.
having our
We forgot.
construction just completely idling.
We forgot. So did we actually build our fisheries?
Yes, but our tooling workshops
Build
are
fisheries.
kind of
Tooling
in the
workshops.
red because we're not building anything. So
Well, tooling workshops are doing okay now. I think
it's
they adjusted
iron.
their wages a little bit.
iron are going. Our iron is very expensive.
Iron is quite expensive.
All
and
right, but it's
we
adjusting
but
now.
we can turn on a bit more tools. Let's try to go here. We'll gradually increase the bits. How is our research going? Okay, we're more than halfway done.
Yeah, we are gonna need more universities if we want this to go faster.
Yeah.
But let's do one thing at a time.
We could also just saw there that the agriculture, I think that was passive growth, right?
Mhm.
Because it was advancing. So as we talked about before, that you would get. So yeah, do you want to take a pizza? Like we have ham pizza, we have pepperoni pizza. It seems like.
All right.
I don't know if either of you are vegetarians.
I am. So
You're
let's have a-
vegetarian.
Yes,
That's kind of
so we
shitty
only
for
have
you.
ham and pepperoni?
It's only meat pizzas here.
Yes,
no.
that's so control room. Is there a slight mistake here? But let's look into that. in a
One-
short
Ooh,
little
okay.
bit.
One is vegetarian pepperoni.
Oh,
Vegetarian.
that is yes.
That looks
Perfect.
like
they have an
this-
excellent vegetarian pepperoni pizza.
That looks like it's vegetarian pepperoni
Perfect.
because that looks strange. Oh,
Yes, I was discriminated against interest group
yeah,
there,
okay.
but
Like
it's
we
all
don't
good.
know for sure that's a vegetarian one though. I just guessed. Like you're more expert than me. Which one looks more vegetarian to you? They look the same to me.
I'm not sure.
How are you to know?
Ah,
Okay. Oh wait. Okay.
okay, one on the pepperoni, not a non-meat. This is very confusing.
Yeah, she doesn't know. It's like one of them is non-meat. It's like that's a ham one though, so that's for sure.
Yes.
I don't know. I can taste one.
Yes,
to see
go
if
ahead
I
and
if I
taste
can make it, if I
See
can
if you can
determine
make
which
it.
one is vegetarian and which one's not.
Ah, boy.
You know what? I am gonna see what our lower strata is spending money on.
I also want to do a shout out to the chat because I saw there was a Worst Wedding Wednesday fan in the chat earlier. Like we upgraded to pizza, but it's kind of the same stream.
Okay. Like,
Um,
personally, I think we should look into expanding our textile mills because they're making mad bank. And our furniture manufacturers right now.
they are making a lot of money.
Expand both
Look
of
at
those.
that. And furniture, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go with furniture.
Oops.
Yeah, let's go with both. And yeah, as you said, right, this is important to pay attention to.
Mhm.
The textile mills here have a bit of a throughput bonus because of economy of scale. So the higher we build those buildings, the more efficient they are going to get. But yeah, our lower strata is spending a lot of money right now on furniture and clothes. Clothes is fairly cheap already. Furniture is not. And services, very expensive.
All right, Mr. Food Taster.
Yeah, I seriously, I can't make up any difference. Try just the pepperoni.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Maybe Mickey's better at determining this than I am.
Tell you what,
No.
I'll just try one of them, and I think I can probably recognize it. So
Okay.
let's see. Yeah,
They look identical.
they look completely identical. So I'm also wondering if they just gave us 2 meat ones by mistake.
This is exciting. Declare war on Pizza Hut.
I genuinely can't tell. Actually, I think this is meat.
You think so? Okay.
Yes.
Try that one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, furniture manufacturers are doing
They're
very,
identical,
very
right?
well.
This is gonna be the big moment of this stream. Is instead of playing the game, we're just going, oh boy. We're just going, oh no, pizza. Which pizza is it? No, I genuinely have no idea. None whatsoever.
Could always remove the thing on top and eat if you want to be sure. But maybe you don't want it if it touched either. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm eating pizza.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we can get some. I'll just sort it later.
You know, oh, liquor. Let's turn on liquor.
More booze. Yeah, now we got sugar, right? How is our sugar production coming?
Oh,
Look, it's actually not too bad. It's pretty cheap with sugar now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
All right. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Enough about pizza. More about the game.
I've been playing
cool.
the game the whole time. I don't know.
Yes.
No, things are going pretty well. The tooling workshops are finally making a little bit of money.
Yes.
And this is good too, actually. So they're stocking up some cash reserves. A lot of the money that they're making are going to go to the capitalists directly, but they're also depositing some of the cash reserve, and that is good both for sort of inertia in case things start going badly for the tooling workshops, but also this cash reserve is money that we can access through our debt. So right now we have actually run out of gold reserves, and we're now starting to access our national credit. And that national credit is made up of the combined cash reserves of buildings. So the better the buildings go, the more money we can borrow. And that is definitely something we're starting to do now. And then we have to start paying interest.
On this topic, like, so just to clarify as well, we don't have the same system as in Wiki 2 where you just got the capitalists to just start building factories on their own.
No. You build things, but you can use the investment pool, which is sort of the investment of red money. All right, it seems Britain has won.
Britain has won.
And they have subjugated the Fruta Jalan.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of requests in the chat about the cultural map mode.
Okay, yeah, I believe that was covered pretty extensively in the last dev diary, how it works, and I definitely think this is a culture map mode is something we could improve in the ways we're showing minorities and so on. I also don't know how much we can do for release and how the complex that is. So I'm gonna sort of, yes, this is the culture map mode. It's showing the majority culture with the homeland.
Yep.
It's not showing...
No, actually, it is. I stand corrected on that.
Oh, it is just majority culture.
It is just plurality.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Whatever culture has the most, and it is by state, right?
Yeah.
So if it looks like it's not super duper granular, it's because it's per state.
But it's definitely hiding a lot of things. It's not showing, like, there's a lot of minority cultures that just aren't being shown.
Yeah, so like we can see here, like you can see the tooltip here, that there's, you know, all these people are represented, but it's only the largest one that is going to be shown on the map.
And I think it would be nice to improve that, but it's also not exactly trivial because of the way our map modes work. So we'll have to be looking into that.
Yep. Might want to unpause.
Yes. Mikael.
Yeah. Look, we have 2 events going. That's
taking
why
away your
that's why
I'm gonna
paused.
take away your keyboard.
War profiteering, pacifists led by Vincent van Riebeck, who is actually the leader of the industrialists, right? Yes. Protesting against the weapons manufacturing
Okay,
in Holland. Okay, industrialist leader group.
I think that we shall not be shamed for a good craftsmanship, but let's have a look at the options. Wow, the industrialists have a pacifist. That's interesting.
Hey, it can happen.
It can happen.
So we either get to choose between no small arms output, just a straight up ban, in one state only, Holland, but that's where our arms industries are, or a slight reduction, or a full-on interest group.
I
just
would
don't
rather
like us.
not tank a weapons production, quite frankly.
Yeah,
Let's just
but are we prepared to take that hit for
I mean,
the
how do
industrialists?
okay, they're actually gonna go into unhappy if we do
We
that.
might need to pause now, actually, if we don't.
Yeah,
want
we're gonna need to
timeouts.
make a decision on this. So we're pausing legitimately for once.
Okay, fine. So
Okay.
you think so?
Let's see,
Are
what-
we gonna go with that?
What do we reduce it as a 50% small arms output? Ugh.
Yeah, it's tough for 5 years too.
No. We shall not be shamed for a good craftsmanship.
That's right. There we go.
A pizza stool.
Yeah. Now they are mad. They are very mad.
Well, they're neutral and they're getting angry. They're getting
Yeah,
angrier.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
deal with it.
We'll fix it. We'll pass some laws that they like. They'll be happy for that. There's another thing happening now. Okay, the armed forces have expressed their concern about government
We literally just
clearly favoring the interests of the industrialists. What do you want from us? This needs to be addressed, or they need to accept that we cannot always please everyone. I don't really care so much. about
yeah,
the
I don't
political
think we can
strength of
anger the
armed
industrialists
forces.
even more.
No.
So, oh my god, yes. Yes.
We did it. We did it.
You know what? I feel like I want to use some of those guns now.
Yeah.
I'm irritated. So,
Who are you gonna use them on?
We are running. Okay, so we just unlocked central banking, and that is because it spread to us. So that's nice. So we can now bankroll countries if we want, or we can take on debt, which is, we can when a country is almost bankrupt, we can buy their debt for an obligation.
and something that's not actually in the current build that we're playing, but that is a thing, is that bankrolling countries can also give you obligations. So you can sort of
Did you
throw-
implement that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nice.
You can throw money at countries in the hopes of getting obligations to get them to do things for you.
Yep. And in the meantime, it just gives us some improved minting. So essentially, it means we can print more money before it starts to affect us badly. And that's nice, and that just spread to us. That's just something we got for free there.
Yes, but I think that we're importing a lot of iron, and it's been good so far, but I think we need more sources of iron. How's our to begin with? Yeah, research is progressing. We don't need to look at that again. And we're actually losing money right now.
We
That's
are.
another slight concern.
We're losing money, but it's
No.
temporary.
Oh yes, we are actually. Yeah,
Right.
we're just in debt a bit.
So we are in debt a little bit, but we're paying our interest, and of course the interest is going to the people who
Yeah.
own the building. So it's actually boosting our economy
But I think
in a way.
we might need to take a little break from constructing things after this.
Yes.
We could also, I think, be using decrees to make ourselves a little more efficient.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
that's
we
something
could-
we haven't touched at
done
all.
that at all.
No.
So
Or collect a little consumption tax, perhaps.
that is better. Let's do that. Let's do that. We can add a consumption tax at the expense of authority on something here. Clothes and furniture. Clothes is
Yeah.
good. Clothes
And
is
so authority, what it is like a... Yeah, you can add a consumption tax on clothes, and I'll explain authority. What authority is like your ruler's personal power to do little pet projects, like... I want to tax this good, or I want to do this thing in the state. So now we tax the good to get some more money, but I would also like a decree. So this is the do thing in a state. Like,
Yep.
you have these decrees, and they give various advantages in a state, like boosting migration attraction because you want more people there, adding welfare payments with emergency relief if you want to make people happier, violently suppressing dissent to reduce the effects of turmoil and so on. And some of the more generally useful ones, I would say, is encourage manufacturing industry, encourage agriculture industry, and encourage resource industry. So we've been building a lot of manufacturing in Holland, right?
We have, and also we are running pretty low on services, which is produced by urban centers, and manufacturing industry decree will boost that as well.
We could probably get more services through a production method as well, but let's start with the manufacturing industry and encourage it in Holland.
There we go. And that's just going to run, and will...
I think I wonder if we're using the glass-based market, like which production method we're using on the urban centers. Let's have a peek.
Let's have a peek at that. So our urban centers are currently using just market stalls.
Yeah. We
so
don't have enough glass to do this,
Yeah.
but we could have enough glass to do this.
Yes.
Yeah, and unless we made it clear, so what you have here is as well, like if you change it here, you're going to change it for everyone.
Yeah.
Or you can go down
And change it in
individual
just one
as
individual
well.
place, or you can click on the state and just
Yeah.
change it in one individual place.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different methods.
Now with urban centers, we don't have the option of just building more of them. They appear as we build other industries, right? So this is reflecting the sort of centralization, urbanization of the different states. Which is why they're so unevenly distributed, because Holland has got the vast majority of them.
Do we actually have any glass manufacturing? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
But let's have a peek.
So, Glassworks, we have one. in
All right,
Friesland.
yeah, we have some in Friesland.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
it's
I know I was
doing
saying we
well.
was gonna take a break from building, but I think this is actually worth going into depth for.
This is a trap. This is a trap. Constantly, right? Like,
Yes.
oh, but we can just build one more thing, and it's gonna be fine.
This is
we're
very
gonna make our
much-
money back.
Yep. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. And once the glass builds, we should activate the market methods, like the urban center methods, so that they're profitable.
Yes.
But
I'm going to actually move one of the, not all the way up. I'm going to finish the textile mill first, and then we'll do the glassworks.
sounds good.
We have not looked at the current situation at all, actually.
No, and this
We
should
could
be
do that.
familiar to anyone who has played CK3.
So we can declare more interests. I'm going to ignore these because they're actually outdated now, I think. But the declaring more interests, so we actually have more regions we can declare interest in. We currently can declare 5, and this is in part because of our power rank and also because of our naval bases.
But do we have a good idea of where we want to declare an interest?
Where do we want to declare
Because
an
as
interest?
far as I know, we don't really have any ambitions outside of the areas we already have interests right now.
Not really, unless there's like some place that we would want to just be able to weigh in so that we could maybe earn an obligation from someone, but
Let's put it in South Germany, just to keep an eye on what's going on there.
yeah.
And then we can always move it later if we want that to be somewhere else. So
Another reason is if we wanted to make any diplomatic pacts
Yes.
with people there, or if we wanted to trade with them. Now we can't do that in South Germany because it's a landlocked region, right? But yeah, that's.
But for
another
example, if we want to trade with Austria, we either need to have an interest somewhere in their market, or they need to have an interest somewhere in our market. If we don't have any diplomatic presence whatsoever in each other's markets, you can't trade. If you don't have any diplomatic presence in each other's countries, you can't do diplomacy and so on. You can't just be like, I am landlocked Bhutan and I'm gonna send embassies to the US and have a worldwide presence. You actually need to support that worldwide presence. And the amount of interest you can support is based on your power rank and on your navy.
Yeah.
So if you want to be in a lot of places at once, you need a lot of boats.
We have nothing in the Caribbean, right? Like we're not really.
We have a little island in the Caribbean.
Okay, so
We have Curacao.
So do we have interest in the Caribbean? Then?
Yes, because we own land there.
Yeah.
And it's a completed colony. So we have an interest in the Caribbean. We'll just have to see if something happens there.
One thing that we got here is isolated state regions. So this colony that we founded
right.
is isolated. This is not particularly great, and it's probably causing people to be doing not so well
I
here.
mean, it's fine because it's only
okay.
subsistence farms there.
But-
But it wouldn't be fine if we want to do something besides subsistence farm. Like,
yeah.
isolated means that it can't access the other like the other parts of our market at all. It can only buy and sell things locally, and essentially, as long as you only have subsistence farms, this is usually fine.
Then that's okay.
Because subsistence farms are I mean, they basically are a closed little economy of their own.
Yeah.
But because we know we might want to have an iron mine here or something, let's see about connecting this to the market.
Yes. So to do that, we need to build a port, because that is the only way to connect this up. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
I think we should
it's
also
far down.
actually right away. Let's just leave the port. I don't think it's that important to move it up.
Yep.
But what we should do is switch the port to an anchorage right away, because we don't want the entire population here working the port. That's very wasteful.
That we can do. So an anchorage will give you just a tiny amount of convoys and will just connect it to your market. Whereas a cargo port, you can see, will give you 20 times the amount, but will require clippers. And I don't really want to spare clippers for that now. So let's go with an anchorage. And eventually that will connect up. But there's another thing that's a problem here, which is low market access. Oh, that's the same. That's the same.
It's kind of a
state.
duplicate thing. We should fix that.
Yeah. But yeah, we should keep an eye on that, because if one of our states, for example, Holland here, starts running low on infrastructure, then that's gonna really affect the economy of Holland.
So we're coming up on the election next year, and you know what a good election needs?
Oh, that's because I've been unpaused.
Yes, exactly. Good job. I think a good election needs a good war.
Oh yeah, that's always
because
helpful.
we're still looking to expand our source of iron. We have the colony going, we have the trade routes going, we have a trade agreement with Sweden, we have all of these things, but you know, all forms of trading for iron is ultimately going to be dependent on other countries. I don't want to be too dependent on other countries. Let's get Brunei.
Is it time for war?
Well, it's time for a diplomatic play. Because if we're lucky, we're just going to get it without war.
So, yes, now we got intensive agriculture in the meantime as well. This is going to be nice.
We can use fertilizer and so on to make our agriculture better, but it's not super relevant for us right now.
Yeah. Do we want to start building a chemical plant just because?
I think we're building a lot of stuff right now, and we're still going into debt, and we need to finance an invasion of Brunei.
We need to finance an invasion of Brunei. All right, fair enough. So, we're going to just conquer it, yeah?
Well, first, before we hop into the war, let's look at the situation again, because last time they had no friends. This might not be the same, and we also should take a peek at who has an interest in the region. Okay, so they actually have an alliance. They have an alliance with Sintang. I don't think that will be too much trouble.
Sintang has two battalions. I think we'll be alright.
Fine.
I have a question about, it says owes obligations from, and to me it's a bit ambiguous. It's not clear if they owe, who's owing the obligation here.
Who's the ower and who's the ower?
Yeah.
I think that should say owes obligations to in this case, so it's probably someone messed up with a little string here. Cool. Right, let's have a look then at who actually has an interest in Indonesia, which is the relevant region here.
Yes, because that could get
because you know, it's not just about who they're allied to. It's not just about who their friends are, but it's also about who might get involved.
Yeah. So Portugal.
Yeah, there's a lot of local powers here. There is Great
China.
Britain. There is Great Qing, which I don't think they'll get involved.
Yeah.
So there's a fair amount of countries, but most of them are just like little powers. Many of them are subjects. I'm not super worried about this, honestly.
Yes. Okay. So Spain.
Spain.
Portugal.
Okay, so there's actually more powers than I thought, but I'm still not super worried because I am full of unwarranted confidence.
And I want to point out to chat here as well, when you have questions, it's better if you ask questions relevant to what's happening on the stream. Like, for example, it's very, very hard right now to go check Mormons in the US while we're doing this, you know.
Cool. So, of course, we already saw the diplomatic place earlier. If we want to start a diplomatic. If we want to actually start, take something, you don't declare war. You start a diplomatic play, because if you play your cards right, you can get it without actually fighting.
Yeah.
You can ask questions about the pizza, yes.
So we can issue a play to start to take North Borneo here, and of course Brunei is going to be our main target, and Luxembourg, which is our subject we haven't talked about, is going to be our automatic backer. Of course, I don't think they're going to be sending a lot of troops.
For some reason, the Dutch East Indies has preference to support our enemy. I think that's hot code.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Let's just have a quick peek at what's going on.
Oh no. Oh no,
They're
that's not hot
rebellious.
code. Oh no.
They are view us as a tyrannical oppressor.
That was not there earlier.
That's not good at all.
I think that's
we
unfair.
are their natural enemy. All right. So yeah, this is basically going to be like their in to.
They might
break
actually
free.
end up throwing in their lot with Borneo, like Brunei, as an excuse to declare independence.
Yep.
Ha.
Yep.
This is not super great.
No.
Okay, let's call this off for now. I'm sorry, chat. Let's start improving relations with our little subject here.
Yeah.
And let's consider this. I'm not saying we're not gonna declare war, but I at least wanna get a good idea of what we're doing first.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's improve relations with them. It's not gonna help super much, but it's at least gonna keep them from declaring independence on us, because you can't attack someone if you have too high relations.
Can we bankroll them?
Not really gonna help in this particular case.
So we can see here, this is the discrepancy here, right? We have cordial relations with them because that hasn't been deteriorating. That doesn't prevent them from being rebellious. But we can, make sure that we keep improving this.
But I have a plan. So let's go back to that conquer state. And this might backfire horribly, but if so, this is just part of the fun.
All right.
Let's do conquer state. And who actually has a preference to support us if we're going for
nobody?
North Borneo?
Everyone hates us.
Okay.
No, Lanfang.
More importantly, what if we were to rein in the autonomy of... what if we were to rein in the autonomy of our subject? Because maybe improving relations isn't the right way to go here. Because here's the thing. You can start a diplomatic play against your own subject. You can try to annex them. You can try to make them into a puppet to take even tighter control over them. And generally, if they're being rebellious, what you actually want is to take more autonomy from them so they're less able to oppose you.
Yeah, but I can't do that here.
No, but you can see, you can't do it because we have two good relations.
Two good relations.
So we can see who would actually help us and who wouldn't.
Yeah.
But did I see right when it looked like they had a way bigger army than we do?
Yes, but let's not focus on the problems right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So should I kick out their diplomats?
Let's stop improving relations again. Yes. Let's start damaging relations.
So I could either do that, or I could expel diplomats, right?
Yeah, then
which is an instant action. It happens immediately, and it will hurt our relations by 30, and then they can't improve relations with us for 5 years. But it will give us infamy.
Yeah. Okay, let's
do it.
expel the diplomats of our own subject. This is taking some very unexpected turns, to put it like that.
Yeah.
This is
All in the
masterful diplomatic play.
All in the pursuit
This
of
is five-
iron.
This is 5D chess.
Yeah. So, we have now expelled their diplomats. I'm going to start damaging relations with them. They're still on neutral.
Yes,
so
we don't have to damage relations anymore, because we're not cordial.
Oh, right. So we can stop doing that.
Yes, so, because like I said, we cannot attack them, and they cannot attack us as long as we have cordial relations, but now we don't have cordial relations anymore. So what if we wanted to make them a puppet?
So now we can make them a puppet. And let's pause for a moment and take stock of this. So we're going to be targeting them and all of their subjects.
Yes.
Luxembourg will still support us, and Kutai will support us. Spain, with 85 battalions, are going to likely oppose us. And then
To be clear though, preference to support our enemy doesn't necessarily mean
No.
likely oppose us. It
Mm.
means there is a risk that they will
Yeah.
oppose us.
Yes. So, of course, what we could do here is we could say we could try to suck up to the East India Company or Great Qing.
I
or
think
Great
if we
Britain.
can get Britain and the East India Company in on our side here,
Yeah.
we should be able to do this. We might actually have to offer them some parts of our colony, but it's kind of better than having nothing.
Yeah.
We're also gonna get an absolutely insane amount of infamy.
A lot of infamy.
Oh, this is actually hot code. You should not be getting this much infamy from reining in the autonomy of your subjects. You should
of
be
your
getting
own
basically
subjects.
none.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not gonna work. Everyone's gonna hate us if we do this.
I mean, it's gonna hurt our relations quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's 97 infamy is a crazy amount.
Yeah.
I think we're kind of being blocked by hot code here. So let's maybe go with our original plan and just try and take on Brunei and see if we can keep this from getting too messy.
All right.
I think this is a very good demonstration of just how messy the diplomatic situation gets, because as someone just pointed out at the start of the stream, I was like, no, we shouldn't befriend Britain, and I'm like, oh god damn it, Britain, please help us rein in our rebellious subjects.
Just as a side note, chat is pointing out this is obviously a bug. Like, couldn't we remedy that with the console command?
Why would we do that?
Okay. Why?
You live by the hot code, you die by the hot code.
Okay.
So, we've started the play. We can now add more war goals if we want, but there's nothing else to take.
No,
right?
they have nothing else to take. So we're
that's
gonna
all
see what
have.
they... we should probably start mobilizing immediately, frankly.
So also, I don't know if they're joking or not, but just to clarify, if there's new viewers, so the hot code that's being name dropped here means that the code, the game is a development code. It's not. There might be bugs. It's not release-worthy code.
I'm the one who was horrible and paused here because I kind of wanna take a moment to mobilize before we enter into the next phase of the diplomatic play.
So
Diplomatic play is very phase dependent.
yes, so we can mobilize the general we have now, but he only has 10 of our 20 battalions.
Yes, I think we should promote him so he can handle more troops.
Yes.
We could also recruit more commanders, but I think in this case we don't have such a large army.
Yeah.
So we just wanna get this done, frankly.
Done, and then we will mobilize.
He's
Yes.
a very
It's going to
comely
cost
man,
us a bit
David
of-
Hendrik Chassé.
Yes, he is. And if you don't mobilize him, he is only going to be able to garrison his home territories, and it's going to take him time to mobilize based on infrastructure. So we're trying to get ahead of the game here.
Yep.
Okay, let's see what they want from us in return.
Nothing yet.
Looks
Nothing
like
yet.
they probably will just go for war operations then.
Yep. Mobilization has begun.
Yeah,
Very
they've
good.
mobilized their 2 great battalions.
And
Yeah, they just want war operations.
which will just...
But now we can actually sway.
Now we will sway. Right.
Okay, so let's see. And here you can see which countries have something we could they would accept as an offer and which we don't.
Yeah.
And interestingly, yeah, we actually could get Britain in on our side. We could get
We could try
East
at
India
least.
Company in on our side. So now it's a little bit of a game. Because it's do we want to get ahead of this, and do we just want to bring them in, and risk that we're actually bringing them in for nothing? Or do we want to wait and see what our enemy manages to accomplish, in which case they might end up bringing in Britain? I don't think they'll be able to bring in Britain, but I'm not sure.
My thought here is that if we go in with East India Company, then even if we have to owe them an obligation, they're far away. They're unlikely to be demanding anything heavy from us, I think. Whereas offering an obligation to Britain, they could use
That's
that
a lot
for too
more
much,
dangerous.
right?
Yeah, I agree.
And if they're on our side, I think Britain's going to be unlikely to join the other side.
Okay, let's go with that. I think that's a fair offer. So besides war goals and so on, and we don't really have anything to offer on Brunei because we've taken everything.
Yeah.
You can offer obligations. And let's see. Yes.
So this is a time when they soon start a diplomatic play on Qing, and it's like, hey, you owe us an obligation.
So this is the problem, right? We could have also gone with Qing and said help us.
Well,
but,
Qing doesn't basically have a navy, so they wouldn't have been that useful in this case.
Yeah, true. Even if they did, though, like I probably want to try to avoid getting Qing and Britain involved, because it's going to be too big of a conflict down here.
Yeah, we don't have a massive war here. Okay, East
They
India
are
Company.
swayed. They are swayed to our side, and they have begun conscription already.
It's a little excessive, but all right.
Had a relevant question for chat only. You know,
Yes.
you promoted the commander to get him
Yep.
more. Like, what is there limitations? What's the limitations on promoting him? Like,
Oh,
what's
yeah.
the cost of promoting him? Like,
Sure. So
why not just promote everyone all the way?
Yeah, so the promotion, first of all, it doesn't make him more powerful. It just means that he can command more troops. And it costs us a little bit more bureaucracy. And it will increase the political strength of his interest group. So in this case, the armed forces. Not all generals will be supported by the armed forces, but it is pretty common. If we want to take care basically to not promote him to a degree where we upset the power balance, or we make one group way too powerful.
We upset the power balance in a way we don't like.
Exactly.
Because you can definitely use this as a political tool.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you want to make the industrialists stronger. Then
Yep.
recruit and promote industrialist commanders, give them control of more of the army,
Yep.
and they will be stronger. And, you know, generally, our armed forces are by far the most common
Yep.
among commanders, but not all of them.
Notably, you cannot
commanders.
demote someone, right? So once you've committed to that rank, you can't demote it. The only thing you can do is retire,
Which
and what
will really
happen there
anger the armed forces.
will-
Yeah,
the armed
considering
forces
he's
will get
73
reunited.
years old in the year of 1838, I don't think it's gonna. It's gonna
He'll
be
live to 103.
Yeah.
Anywho, let's continue.
So
So far, so good.
So far, so good. We have substantially more mobilized troops than our enemy does. We
should
don't
maybe-
actually have a front against
No.
Brunei, which is annoying, so we can't actually send him there. We will have to wait until the war begins and start a naval invasion at that point.
Yes, unless we want to try and bring in one of our little subjects here, but then we'll have to promise them something, because these are very autonomous subjects. They're not
I mean,
automatically going to
if
support
we
us.
even just bring in one of the other countries on our
Yeah.
side, then they will get
Well,
a front.
the
that we
thing
can
is
send
though,
someone to.
this front is probably going to collapse before our troops can get there. So,
Maybe.
yeah.
Canneries.
Yes, canneries. Okay, tech. We're being interrupted.
Yes.
I think we should start researching. Besides, we should activate the canneries, definitely. And we
go.
should start researching something for our early access colony.
Our early access colony. Oh, yeah. We're gonna quinine, but I can't. What? Because
You need pharmaceuticals.
pharmaceuticals,
There to
which
the right.
is
Right there.
there.
Yes.
Oh, because
Right next to egalitarianism.
right. I didn't see the
Because
second line. Yeah,
nothing
there we go.
says equality like pharmaceuticals.
That's right. Well, yes, pharmaceuticals, medical degrees.
Yes. So
that
once
all
we get
makes sense.
pharmaceuticals, we'll be able to get quinine. I have no idea if
Oh.
I'm butchering the pronunciation of that. And that is going to remove a lot of penalties for malaria.
This is cool too, because we're gonna get to have a
yeah.
better health system after we have pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
So, are there any
mean-
penalties for being mobilized? Is asked
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Check this out. So the mobilized troops. Let's take a look. This is a barracks that it comes from. That these guys come from. That I clicked on, and they are using a lot more. Right. So goods input. 60% of the battalions that they provide are now mobilized under this guy, and therefore it's consuming so much more of these goods.
Which both costs more because it's more goods, and costs more because it drives up the prices of our military goods.
Yeah.
And if we were to, for instance, activate all our conscripts, we would probably be facing gun shortages unless we were actually importing guns or expanding our arms industries.
Yep.
So this
And
is a big part. It's like you have a lot of potential power, and you can have a lot of potential military power, but if you can't actually support them, then
Yeah.
Interesting. Britain is trading ammunition to us. That means we could activate skirmish infantry.
Do we have that?
Yes, we unlocked that a little while ago. We have a better method. We just haven't used it because I didn't think we had any ammunition. But
Let's
apparently Britain really wants to be our friend.
Yep. Let's use it.
I feel like we should be pivoting to Britain, but
they are actually exporting that to us at a loss.
Some stuff has happened in the play. China has declared neutrality.
Okay. Good.
Maguindanao has declared neutrality. And Bhutan has signed with us. We have Bhutan!
Yes.
Now everything is
falling into...
They have not a single guy. Awesome. All right. So far, so good. And the diplomatic maneuvers phase looks like it's almost done.
It doesn't look like the... I think that our subject is a bit too scared of the East India Company to actually rebel.
But here's what I'm wondering, though. Can we get one of these countries that border Brunei on our side? Because that will get us a front so we can start... Lanfang.
Yes. I think the problem with this is that if we do this, Brunei might overrun them before our troops actually get there, because it's not like our general can teleport.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And it's not like Brunei has a navy. So I would actually say,
but
let's have a look at Lanfang's army. Can they defeat...
I think it was 0.
They cannot.
Okay, no.
They cannot.
I think in this case it's
mind.
actually better not to open up a front, because that front will probably not last.
It says Bhutan border them already.
It's also not as if Brunei is going to be sending naval invasions to us.
Bhutan is one of the Spice Islands over by Sulawesi.
Oh yeah, down there is Bhutan.
It's more of a, let's say, moral support.
Yeah. yeah. But yeah, we are now in the countdown to war. There's no more pledging on either side. Yeah, good. And we had a lot of maneuvers left, but we didn't need them because nobody joined on their side.
Not strictly necessary, but let's take the time to promote our admiral as well, so we can handle the entire navy.
Oh yeah, right.
Unless we actually want to recruit, like, what interest group is he? Because let's think.
Too late. Intelligentsia.
Well, okay, good.
That's good.
Let's think. Let's not think about this.
And
no think, only do.
Only do. There we go. Okay, so now the war is almost upon us.
Thinking always in the way of great action.
Yes.
Question that I see popping up every now and then: can you release countries and play as them?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Release subjects.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of countries to release at the moment,
really
but yes, this is a thing we can do.
Yes.
Okay.
War.
Yes, I'm a little surprised they didn't back down, but they're also less likely to back down if it's an existential war, where they will cease to exist at the end of it. So I think they would probably have backed down if we were doing making them a subject, but we're not looking for subjects.
Yep. So
this is gonna be this is absolutely hilariously lopsided.
Yep.
So
we are going to just send our guy.
You can also select him from the outliner as a shortcut, but yes.
Yeah, I could do that. A naval invasion is what we're gonna do. We're gonna naval invade North Borneo, and right.
Select the general.
And then we have to select who we are landing, and it is the general. So he is en route. It will take 46 days, 45 days. I don't think, again, that North Borneo... Oh, we get a conservative party. Oh, right, because we have an election happening. We have an election
just in time for the election.
All right.
That's how we win elections. Start a war just before it. It's an old trick. Oldest trick in the book.
And they, of course, have no coastal defense, so we are just going to get to fight their 3 battalions.
Yeah,
probably.
So basically to invade, we first have to fight a naval invade. Our navy first have to fight any defending navy, but there's no defending navy. And then our landing army has to win a sort of beachhead battle, which I don't think should be a problem, especially now that we switched to skirmish infantry.
overly enthusiastic partisans. Supporter of the Free Trade Party has gone beyond simply campaigning for their own party, harassing and sometimes physically attacking opposing partisans. Do we want to crack down on that, which will reduce their momentum for this election, or let the partisans continue unmolested?
I think that these legitimate political activists should not have their freedom to advocate for free trade impeded.
That
is
makes
what I
sense
think.
to me. That makes sense to me. Let's let them continue.
Free trade leads to free people and freely taken goods from certain election
That is how it
headquarters.
works. That is how it works. And remember, after this election, we're going to reform our government.
Yeah, and we're
gonna
going to put the Free Trade
industri-
Party in power.
Exactly, exactly. So let's let them continue campaigning. They're doing well so far. They have a positive momentum and are likely to win an absolute majority here. Oh, nice. Here we go. We have a front. We are currently fighting. We are doing fine. I think. Oh, he made a blunder.
Yeah, but it shouldn't really matter
Again,
in this particular
But
case.
we're outnumbering him by 5-1.
So a baboon can lead this army to victory.
Yeah, which is almost literally what's happening right now. But yes,
I'm very disappointed. I thought it was such an impressive figure. And now it's kind of
yeah.
yeah.
Look, we all make mistakes. All right.
He is a bit past his prime. In all honesty.
Yes.
But look at him. He's in his prime.
We
you can
just
see.
recently promoted him to, he's struggling with command. We're good. We're doing fine. We won the battle, and we are continuing to advance. We only have a couple more provinces to take. The Free Trade Party is going even better than before.
Yeah. What happens if he were to die in the middle of the battle?
Then you would basically get... It's possible to have a battle with no commander. It's just that then you don't get any benefits from that commander skills, and I think you get the penalty as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Does technology
yes.
affect
So-
how well the army does in battle?
Does technology? Oh, definitely. So what it primarily does is it unlocks the ability to use those production methods that we saw earlier. So we changed our barracks to skirmish infantry, right?
Yeah.
That provides more offense and defense than before, and increases the training rate and so on.
And there's a lot of other methods like different artillery, there's
Yeah.
scouts, there's like tanks and so on later on.
Yep.
Let's have a peek at the war screen and see how things are going in terms of dead and wounded, because
Going well.
yeah, I mean, we have actually lost more people than they have.
I mean, we've spent 100 times more on the war
Yes.
than they have,
so
but
this is of course super relevant. It's bringing up how much did you pay for this?
Yep.
Because yeah, of course we're kind of just walking over them.
Yeah.
But we're also losing troops to attrition,
Yep.
and we are paying. Well, we're going into debt. This is not cheap. War is not cheap in
Yep.
VK3.
Yeah. So just as here, we're gonna take a short break shortly. I think we might want to finish a war first.
Yeah,
because it's almost
yes,
over.
this war should
like
be
almost,
over pretty soon.
almost over.
So let's finish this war, and then we're gonna take a quick break because it's a long stream. So we're about halfway through here. So yeah, let's just give you guys a heads up.
Let's do one more.
Yeah, I mean, this is we're just mopping up,
Doing
and then
fine.
we're just gonna wait for them to surrender, which will not take a long time.
No.
Yeah, we need to figure out the whole vegetarian pizza
Yes.
conundrum here.
I would like some food actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I am not a vegetarian when it comes to eating people, so I will just say that.
So they have one more province to go. So they're not quite defeated yet. But we can see their war exhaustion is atrocious. They are, yeah. Look at that. So they're almost 100% occupied, right?
Yes,
So
and people are
they're
wondering where
full.
our dead are coming from. Is it from battles?
It's from attrition.
No, it's from attrition.
I mean, we're getting some from battles as well.
What does the Britons want, by the way?
I think they want to take on our debt.
They want to taken on our national debt. As a
Oh.
result, we now owe them
Oh, right.
mortgage.
No, this is... You have to actually accept the...
Oh, this is incorrect. Yeah. So, as we can see here, we now have used half of our national credit, and we're actually paying like quite a lot in interest every month or every week. So they are offering to do this in exchange for an obligation. That is horrible. We are definitely not.
No,
going
we
to
don't
do
want
this.
them. We don't want them to have a strong hook on us. So we're gonna
forget
decline.
That. Forget that.
And we're gonna have to,
Make
let's
peace.
say, get a little creative with our finances after this war.
Look, if we just say give up, they will not give up because
You can see their acceptance by their little. It's minus 16.
Yeah. So
They're gonna.
-4 now.
Pretty soon they're gonna.
Soon they will fold.
They will fall. They would fall automatically once they reach -100 here, but they will give up before that, because now we are gonna make peace within 1 month.
Yeah, I think, what shall we tax? Because I guess that's how we're going to finance this.
Well, so we are also...
We're paying 21k in construction goods. So, but you know what? Fixing the economy is for after the war.
Yeah.
Specifically because we're gonna take a break after this war. So we're just gonna wrap up the war. I think you can propose peace to them now. You did.
Yeah. It is.
We're just waiting for them to accept.
It is being accepted.
And when they fold, we're gonna take a short break. Okay, there we go. We have North Borneo,
and our election was over at the exact same time.
Oh, that's perfect.
Free trade party.
Victory day and election day is the same.
We can do lovely, and then we can do our government.
Okay,
nice.
so
let's do that after the break. Yeah.
Yes. Now we won the war. After we're gonna try to win the peace because Jesus, our finances look terrible.
Yep.
Okay.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. The Victorian age promised a grand tomorrow. Now, you get to build it.
Hello again and welcome back.
We're back.
Our short little break, and if there are any new viewers here, I'm Björn, community manager for Victoria 3. With me I have Martin Wiss, the game director, and I have Mikael or Lecek, the lead designer. And we were just in the middle of finishing a war and an election.
We won the war. The people who we wanted to win the election won the election, and our finances are doing great, and all reports to the contrary are anti-Dutch propaganda.
Yeah, that's right. So
and yeah, just side note, the pizza was good. Wiz has not gotten his food yet. We're waiting for his vegetarian food. People were curious.
Their confusion has been apparently a thing, but it'll be fine.
Let's jump into this. So we're reconstructing our government, I believe, and now Wiz actually got his food.
Yes, let's just go through the budget, and then I'll pop up for a few minutes, and then we will. We're not gonna pause. You'll just take my chair.
Me and Mikael, we will run this country.
Yeah.
Great.
yeah,
It's gonna be the greatest country.
Yes. So we'll have to fix this budget, right? I think the most significant thing is that we are still building a lot of things, and I would actually say that we should put a kibosh on that port. At the very least, once the glassworks finishes, we should pause the constructions.
exactly.
Because we are paying a lot of money in constructions, and that port is not that urgent.
To remind people, all we're doing with that port is connecting up our colony, which is really the back end of nowhere anyway, so it's not really relevant at this time.
Alright, and now I will head off and eat my food, and I will be back in a few minutes. And I think the one thing everyone is going to remember about this stream is not Victoria 3, it's the food shenanigans, and I am okay with that.
So,
what's Björn's title? My
finished-
title is community manager.
We have now finished our
Or pizza
glassworks, and we're going to pause all of our construction until further notice.
Jesus.
And then let's take a look at the budget.
Yes, let's. And let me get untangled here. Here we go. Woohoo! I got closer.
So we got to try to balance these books a little bit. We're taking in 50,000 every week, but we're spending 60,000 every week.
Yeah, and just to put out, like, if you look at the top here, you see the pound sign, or you see. So we see here that we're currently minus 10k, and that red bar means that we are in deficit.
Yeah.
So when that red bar fills up, that's not good, is it?
No, that isn't. So now this actually might not be as bad as I thought, because construction goods are dropping down to 0 now because I paused construction, which means we are actually in the plus a little bit, because we do still have to pay the wages for the people who work in the construction industries, but we don't have to pay for the goods because we're not building anything. So we are running a positive balance, which means we will start to pay off this this debt that we have which will over time reduce the interest that we are paying as well. But it's going to take quite a while. We borrowed 1 million that we're going to have to pay back, and it's going to take a long time. So we do actually want to be increasing our revenues a little bit. We could also, of course, control our expenses.
And we could tax shit.
Or we could tax shit. What do you think we should do, Björn? Do you think we should control our expenses, little lean government style, or do you think we should just tax more people?
I think we should tax more people.
Tax more people. Okay. So we have a few options, and I'm actually going to pause because Martin's not here, so he can't tell me not to. We can do a couple of things. We can just straight up raise taxes, so we can increase the general tax level. Which will reduce our legitimacy and which will increase the number of people that become radical as their standard of living drops, because they're, of course, blaming the government for this. In terms of our loyalists and radicals that we haven't really gone through, so I'm going to go through it now. Loyalists are those pops that are loyal to your country, and they contribute to the approval of the interest groups, which in turn gives us those nice bonuses that we saw earlier, where you research tech faster, or you get some bonus to your influence or whatever. And radicals is the opposite of that. They contribute to the disapproval and will also contribute to the radicalism of political movements that form, that demand law changes. So the danger here in raising taxes is that more people are going to drop in standard of living, and they're going to be more angry about it because the taxes are high. They know that's the reason why. Another thing we could do is we could reform our tax law. We could go in and say per capita taxation is not good for us anymore. We should have land-based taxation or proportional
Jesus, here
taxation.
goes the guy who eats faster than anyone.
How fast do you eat, man?
Listen. I didn't put my headphones on, I can hear you.
While he's doing that, yeah. So
Listen,
we
the fear of leaving you guys, especially Björn, with the Dutch economy, had me eating fast.
yeah.
I actually got the burger, and the burger was nice.
All right. So yeah, I was just going through the different ways we could be saving money. We are actually in the green, Martin, because as soon as we pause construction,
Cool.
We're back in the green.
Yes,
but
and it's only going to take us 1 million years to pay off all our debt.
Exactly. It's going to take so long to get out of this hole. So we will have to either increase revenues or control our expenses a bit. So I was saying, like, we could change our tax law.
Yeah.
Maybe something like land-based taxation.
This is
or
looking a little not great, though.
Nobody wants it.
No,
right?
nobody wants it.
But yeah, the only thing would be the consumption-based maybe taxation. Yeah, nobody. That's maybe.
No.
You know what? It's not.
We
an
can
option.
raise taxes.
We can raise taxes.
Not going to be very popular.
Yeah, we just talked about that. We could also add more consumption taxes, or we could increase tariffs. That's another thing we could do.
Yes, I would like to point out that since the last consumption tax and the war, the number of radicals in the country has jumped from about 5,000 to about a lot more.
It jumped a lot, but then it started decreasing.
Ah,
Because I think, I don't know, maybe the people who worked in the arms industries made some money. But yeah, we could add more consumption taxes.
I don't think we should be taxing something too... What I think we should be doing...
Tobacco, maybe.
Yes, let's do some sin tax, because people don't get as upset about the sin tax. It's not going to hit the... Luxury taxes in general aren't going to hit the people that are most likely to start bread riots.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's tax some tobacco.
We can actually see here that it is, yeah, right. So, but yeah, it is.
It's gonna hit everyone, but not as
everyone.
much. Like taxing grain, for instance, is a really good way to get people upset.
Yes, yes. Now we could also be controlling our expenses a bit. We could reduce wages for government workers, for example, right? This is real wages, right? So pops are getting paid this money. So yes, this will lead to government workers decreasing in standard of living and radicalizing, but not to the extent that raising wages would, or raising taxes would.
Yeah.
And they are getting paid a lot.
But isn't there a way we can do this without getting people angry? For example, what are we paying for our government goods? Do we have any expensive government goods? Because that's usually the question I ask myself.
Expensive government goods.
Yes. Boats are
Clippers.
expensive. Why are boats expensive?
Clippers are expensive because
We don't have enough of them.
we don't have enough shipyards to make them. And we have fishing wharves now.
Yes. So we're started using a lot of boats, and this is putting a strain on our general boat status. I would also say that if we don't have any paper mills, we could also try to import more paper and push the costs further down.
That's true. We could do that also. But I think definitely we should be expanding our shipyards. They're making bank.
Yes, but on the other hand, then we're building again. I know.
Always that.
It's always
Always
building.
that.
I have an alternative suggestion. What if we take the boats away from the fishers?
This is horrible. This is horrible. You're gonna make them. Yeah.
Now people gonna
No,
start
they will actually
starving.
make more money. We'll get less fish, but they will make more money because they're paying a lot for those boats right now.
Yeah, but what about them groceries though?
Well, what about those fish prices?
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. It's fine.
Cool.
I'm
now
with you.
we have
Yeah.
expensive fish. So what we can do now is that we can actually import some more fish.
I was gonna say tax a fish, but no.
Well, we
that's
can do
a bad
that,
idea.
but no.
We can import some fish. We have how far we have fallen. We have
Yes.
gone from a fish producing country to a fish importing country.
Is it horrible?
We can actually make a lot of
Yes, but
money.
keep
doing
in mind,
this.
who do we have a trade agreement with?
Sweden.
Yes.
Much better.
Yes.
On the other hand, that means we're not going to make money in tariffs.
This is true, actually. So we would make 877. No, you're right. In this particular case, let's maximize the tariffs.
Yeah, it's going to cost bureaucracy, but it's going to yield us more money in
And we have the
import tariffs.
bureaucracy.
Yep, exactly. So let's use it. Let's use it. So as you may have noticed, if you are running an excess in bureaucracy, then you get a small bonus. So in this case, we get a tiny state construction efficiency bonus, but it's not enough of a benefit to hoard it, right? We should just use it if we can.
So, furthermore, it turns out that we should stop improving relations with Russia and Sweden, because we're now at 50. And we cannot get it higher than 50 with improved relations. We should actually see if we want to sign a diplomatic deal or something with them instead. I mean, we already have a trade agreement with Sweden, and I think that's about as far as our relationship goes. We can ask to become the protectorate. Let's not.
Let's not do that.
Wait, is that ask us to become their protectorate or the other way
Yeah,
around?
this is
we become a protectorate.
Okay.
Would you please permit us to be a protectorate of you? Which sounds silly, but it's something that you might want to do if you're a weak country that's beset by great powers. You might want the protection of
But let's get our diploma. At the very least, let's get our influence back from improving relations, because having a extra influence makes infamy decay faster, and we did accrue some infamy.
That is true. That is very true.
Remember, you were going to change urban center production methods once the glassworks finished.
Oh, you are right. You are right.
Well, Chat was right.
Glassworks.
All credits to Skycroft NN.
They're doing okay. They're doing okay. Glass is not super cheap though, but
I do think we have a better glass production method.
And the release date yet? Yes, October 25th.
We can make leaded glass.
Leaded glass.
Which would require lead. We don't have lead, but we can import lead.
But we can import lead. Let's do that. Let's import lead. Oh.
Well, no, we don't have a demand for it right now. So.
Oh, right.
Yes, this is a little slightly awkward thing.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we have to do this first.
Yes.
I mean, we don't have to.
We have to create the demand before we can actually import
demand.
it.
Then we.
Now it's looking better.
Now it's looking a lot better. Now we can import from Austria.
Austria, but Prussia would let us not use any convoys. I think we're fine on convoys though, so.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, let's take the more profitable one because we need the money. Now, have we activated the glass market centers?
We have not yet. We got to do that.
So many things to do.
So many things. Market squares.
Mhm.
And now let's have a look
How's
in our
our
market. How are our... okay, we're doing...
Glass is not cheap.
Glass is not cheap at all. It is quite expensive, in fact, because urban centers buy it and pops buy it. And glass.
We're just not producing enough. Are our glassworks still staffing up? Or are they fully staffed up?
Good question.
They
They
did-
are
they
They're
did-
fully staffed up.
fully staffed.
Okay.
Let's just auto expand them.
Yeah, people are also saying
Oh.
you forget it to reform. We're supposed to reform the government.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Ah, man. Okay. Yeah. Let's
it
just
isn't
do this.
easy always to stream and play at the same time.
Let's just do this. So, the benefit here of doing this within after an election period is that you don't get any radicals for changing your government. So this is not done yet. This is just sort of like a holding area. You can't have nobody in your government. So we're gonna introduce the industrialists in the Free Trade Party.
The question is, do we want a coalition then with anyone? Maybe we want a coalition with intelligentsia.
To do that.
How would that look legitimacy-wise?
Slightly
That's actually
better.
looking good.
Slightly better, but not so much to make a difference, I would say. It depends. Do they have
Yeah, do they have anything we support?
anything we support? So let's take a look. We can see what laws the government supports here. So
Mhm.
oligarchy, wealth voting, no thank you, etc. Free trade, laissez-faire. We talked about free trade. Private schools, private health insurance, etc. What happens if we introduce the intelligentsia? Now suddenly we can introduce racial segregation, cultural exclusion,
Which, believe it or not,
multiculturalism.
is progress as
Yeah,
far as
this,
Netherlands
this,
is concerned.
this sounds horrible, but of course it is a liberal step from what we currently have. Total separation of church and state, appointed bureaucrats might be interesting.
Yes.
No, we currently have elected bureaucrats.
Okay,
right?
no, then,
yeah, no, then we
we're
don't want to
good
do
on
that. Guaranteed liberties. Yeah, and that's it. Women in the workplace, women's suffrage, poor laws. I think this is a strong coalition.
Yeah, let's
and
go with
will
this
give
for
us
now.
a bit more options. So
And then we were gonna change our trade laws.
we will confirm that government, and we will then.
And also,
change
just
our
having
trade
higher
laws.
legitimacy means we'll have an easier time changing this law.
Yes,
So
that is
yeah.
right.
Explain now how the law changing mechanics work here.
Yeah. So every 180 days, actually, it is going to be more than that, and I'm gonna find
310
out
days,
what
is
Yeah, it
other-
depends on your
It's gonna be
legitimacy.
310 days, so it's going to take a while to get this done. But every 310 days, we have a 30% chance that this free trade law will be enacted, and that is because that is how powerful the industrialists are, which is the government interest group that supports this.
Yes, and if there were government interest groups that opposed it, which might be something you need to do, well, you might need to build a coalition
Yeah.
with a party that is kind of opposite, because that's the only way to get a good legitimacy. It really depends on your laws and distribution of power and votes and so on. Then they're going to sort of try to stop it. So passing a law will not necessarily end in success.
And there's no risk, though, of this law enactment stalling out now. So it's either going to succeed on the first try, or it's, if not, likely it's going to advance.
If
in
there is a
some way.
debate, there's not a huge chance, but if there is a debate, we could have a setback.
That's true. That's true. And what will happen then is that we will get an event of some kind where we have to make some sort of trade-off, probably.
Or we might
to-
just get a little, like, effect. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see when we get there.
We get some questions about tutorials in the chat.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's correct me if I'm wrong, unless you change something, as far as I know. Like at the beginning there, if you saw the stream from the beginning, you can pick what kind of game you want to play. If you want to play what was the terms now that you use? An economic game is one, right?
objectives.
Yeah, so you have different objectives, so like economical and like cultural, or it's like humanist, socialist. society-based.
Egalitarian.
Egalitarian, that's a term. Thank you. So you can pick that, and by picking that objective for yourself, the game will then guide you and give you tips and advice and explain mechanics that you need to do, like objectives for you to achieve that overall goal.
Yes, exactly.
But we have chosen a free game now, like just sandbox, so we don't get any of those.
I think we have a few relevant questions that I would like to tackle.
Go ahead.
So first we were asked if taxing a grain is a good way to force reforms into your country. Generally speaking, angering people is a very risky way to try and force reforms. You're kind of more likely to trigger a civil war, or you can also just trigger a powerful political movement which wants something. But it's like you can play around with this, but generally just taking food away from people isn't going to just let you do whatever reforms you want, kind of Vicky 2 style. It might trigger a bunch of useful political movements for you, or it might just trigger a general uprising and secession that's very, yeah. If you're aiming for peaceful reform, as opposed to just launching a revolution and then siding with the revolution and trying to win the revolutionary war, which is a way to get reforms, a very risky way to get reforms, then coalition building and weakening interest groups that don't want the things you want and strengthening interest groups that do want the things you want is pretty much the way to go, as opposed to just randomly angering people and then somehow being able to pass reforms.
Yeah, I think it was Paul that has spoken warmly about the taxation of grain. I think that's where this whole idea is.
Paul, the prey, has a degree in economics, so when he tells you that it's always a good idea to tax grain, you should listen. Yes. So we also have a question if you have to micromanage all imports, or will the free market take over? You have to set up the trade routes, imports and exports. So you have to determine like the broad trade, we're gonna trade this good with this country. But after that, the trade route will grow or shrink according to market conditions. So, for instance, we've been getting variable amounts of iron from Sweden depending on our demand for iron. So when our demand for iron is high, we import more iron from Sweden. When our demand for iron is low, we import less iron from Sweden.
Yeah, and if you want to discuss the grain tax further, PDJR Alastorn in the chat is actually Paul, I believe. So
yes, he is.
He is
playing 4 Wiki campaigns and taxing grain in all of them right now.
Our construction is still paused, of course.
But our income is picking up. I
stuff.
think not just from our raising revenue and cutting expenses either, but actually because our economy is growing.
It's also because
you cut the wages. You naughty boy.
Ninja cut the government wages.
You naughty designer.
But let's see. So Clippers, we do want to. Okay, so I think we should just let these auto expand as needed, actually.
All right.
Because it will.
Actually, what's our investment pool like? Because that is, you shouldn't just be looking at. Yeah. It's not super great, but we'll have to build up our capitalist class more if you want a bigger investment pool.
Yeah. We have some, but it's not amazing. It's gonna last us for maybe like 4 or 5 weeks of construction, probably.
So the thing is, like, actually deficit spending and building like this is a perfectly valid way to play the game. You can do this. It sort of comes down to you want your economic growth to outpace the growth of the interest rate you're paying. Mm-hmm. So it's not that it's wrong exactly. It's just also a little dangerous because as we're just going increasingly into debt, let's imagine that someone was to attack us. And now we don't have the money to actually support our troops, and we might have to accept that British bailout to save our country.
Yep. Iron is expensive, and it's for some reason of course, because we use it in the construction.
Walter Olivos, I think is the same guy, has been asking for like 2 hours now. Can you stop another country from importing a certain good from your country?
You can embargo another country, it won't stop a particular good. There's two ways you can do this, basically. First of all, if you just don't want other countries, for instance, importing your guns, because you need your guns for your army, then you can put punitive tariffs on exporting your guns, which will be an effective trade barrier because, like we said, trade routes follow market forces, and if tariffs are high, trade routes will trade less because they're less profitable. The second way is if you just hate a specific country and you don't want them to trade with you, you can place an embargo on them, which does require bad relations. You can't actually just go, oh yes, we have a great alliance with Prussia, we're super friends, but by the way, I'm going to embargo all goods from your market. You have to ruin relations and break that alliance first before you can actually embargo them. And this is a very general thing with relations in Wiki 3. You will need low relations to be able to do hostile things, and you need high relations to be able to do friendly things. So you can't just be like, yeah, you are constrained by relations in much the same way that the AI countries are.
So I realized that the state we conquered,
Yes.
we've done nothing with it.
No, we should build some iron mines.
So
I think we're
I
because I think we're fine. Like, sure, we paid off some debt and we are making more money now, even if it's because of naughty reasons. I see you're expanding the construction sector too.
Yeah, I figure we can build at least one local construction sector there. And then we will get a little bit of a bonus. But we want to actually do wooden buildings first because they have no iron there. Nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin, you say?
Okay.
Let's start
Well,
blowing things out of our minds.
yes. I mean, we only have some in progress iron mines, but
Yeah.
I think we definitely should be, as soon as those are done,
Yeah.
we should be using those explosives.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, we have built a construction sector, we are building iron mines, and yes, as soon as those iron mines are done, we are gonna start using nitroglycerin. So, what that is going to do, right, so it's gonna consume some explosives, so we need to get some explosives, but it's gonna produce a lot more iron for us. Just at the expense of a little bit of increased mortality for
fine.
people. That's
They knew the risks.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, they don't work
I
here. if
mean,
you don't,
iron
you know.
or iron is worth more than human lives.
Yeah,
Come
so we don't even have a steam engine.
No, okay, so we're just giving people a pick,
Yeah.
a shovel, and a stick of dynamite. And
Yeah.
not only a stick and a dynamite, because that would be relatively safe. And a bottle of nitroglycerin.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
The Dutch East Indies are
They're in revolution.
they are currently looking to wait.
No, they're not looking to secede.
No, there's an aristocratic revolution within the Dutch East Indies.
Okay, Well,
We could just let them fight him out.
Austria is supporting.
Can we
everything.
see how? Can you look at what the force distribution is like? Okay, so it's 31 for the. Yeah, the aristocratic revolt has most of the
31 versus 13.
troops. I mean, here's the thing: are they still rebellious? Yes, they are.
Yeah.
The aristocrats might not be rebellious.
They're disinterested.
Yeah, but that's because
they don't
nothing's
exist yet.
decided yet.
But yeah, once they take over, they will not necessarily be rebellious. So we should support this revolt, shouldn't we?
I think so. I think we should.
Why can't I?
Oh, okay, we actually cannot. That seems like a thing you should be able to do.
Yeah.
You should definitely be able to support different revolts in your subject, so I will look into that.
Yeah. But at least we're not going to be supporting the rebels. So should we just declare neutrality then?
We cannot declare new. Here's the problem though. If we don't protect them, we owe them protection. So if we don't protect them, they're going to be independent.
Catch 22.
If we don't get involved at all, they're going to be independent. So what we need to do is we need to side with this. But I have a plan, Mikael. I have a plan.
Okay.
First you need to pause because you didn't get involved. We're going to lose them now, I think.
No, I mean it's still
Okay.
diplomatic maneuvers.
Yes, but you're the overlord. You have to get involved in the
I do.
lead-up phase.
I do.
I think yes,
It's
that
too late.
was a little bit of a mistake.
Well. Shall we cheat?
I mean Yes, let's cheat in this particular case.
Nope. I can't because it's not my play. Oh well.
We can reload the autosave.
That we can do.
We are save scumming on the stream. I think you need to go older than that.
Where am I now? I'm in May.
Okay, so May should be fine. May should be fine.
I believe I wrote a year about this a long time ago.
Yes.
That you did not auto join the.
I mean, you're not supposed to auto-join. You're supposed to be able to go, you can do your own thing. What you should do is you should get an alert telling you need to take a side in this right now, or they're going to break away.
So
and also not be distracted by being on stream and make a decision.
now
Cool,
I have
we're
joined.
backing them.
Now I have joined.
I think it should be like if you kind of oversee it, you should automatically. You change it if you can
Yeah.
actively change it, but if you forget to do
But
something.
now here's what we should do.
Whoa. Oh, that's because
Yes.
of course we are in.
We should do nothing.
Oh, clever. Okay. So we
Dance,
have
puppets, dance!
we have backed them.
Yes.
Oh, we can.
And
switch
our
sides.
troops... okay, that's interesting. Let's not do that. That was meant... Yes, apparently we can switch to the revolutionaries. Fantastic. No. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna send a message telling them help is on the way any day now.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If the loyalists... Like, if our subject wins, then they're still gonna be rebellious.
Yeah.
If they don't win... Well...
Yeah.
Then maybe the aristocratic revolt will not be rebellious.
Yeah. But will they be our subjects? No.
Yes,
Are you sure?
I think so. Let's find out. Hot code.
Right. So, how's it going with our iron mines? They have 3 weeks to go.
Haven't
I'm
given
gonna
them the nitroglycerin yet.
Yeah, here's the
Excellent.
thing. We're gonna need a port in
I think there is one
North
from the start.
Borneo.
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
Yeah,
Nice. Okay.
Let's start with the port.
Yeah, the
Beautiful.
economy is going to shitters again, though.
Oh,
What's costing now?
yeah, look at that.
Construction
oh,
goods.
construction.
Because we keep continuing to queue up a lot of buildings.
Yeah, it's so hard to not to do it. It's I could use one more iron mine. Right. So pause construction, and now we are going to need to import some explosives for the time being, assuming that anyone in the
We should
world are making it.
Really sort this one alphabetically. It's on the right, on the paper.
What do we need to produce? Like, since we had the
There.
nitroglycerin, what do we need to produce our own explosives?
Chemical plants.
Yeah. Let's
begin
import
with-
from the Prussian market, because there's a chance the Belgians will just cut off our trade.
Oh, that's true.
Galvar 24 is convinced we're going to lose the subject if we lose this revolt.
Well, if it happens, it happens.
Right. So
We say we're gonna play Netherlands. We didn't say we weren't going to horribly mess up the Netherlands.
dialectics. Finally. Right. Excellent.
I don't think we have to improve relations with France anymore, by the way.
We don't.
No, but let's see if they'll be our friends. No, they will not.
No friends.
No friends.
We could make
Yeah,
a trade
let's.
agreement.
What would they actually? Here's an interesting. Like, I'm not sure we need a defensive pact, but let's show this off for the sake of everything. So, yes, they wouldn't accept, but here's a thing we could do. We could owe them.
True.
Actually, we might even be able to get a full alliance if we owe them.
Indeed.
Okay.
So, what's the difference between the defensive pact and an
well,
alliance? Martin?
Essentially, an alliance, they can support you in an offensive war. Defensive pact, they can only support you in a defensive war. And you can only have one alliance until you unlock fairly late technologies.
Yeah, we're also cutting short on the bureaucracy up here now.
Yeah, but it's such a tiny deficit. It's not a problem yet. We're wasting a little bit of tax.
Yeah.
But if it gets worse, we're going to have to fix it.
I had a question also here I see repeated now a few times. So can we give, like, for example, could you give the new North Borneo there to Dutch...
So there isn't a generic way to do this right now. It's definitely something I want to add, but we haven't done it yet. And we'll see if it comes to release. But there is actually a special thing for the Dutch East Indies where you can give them territory with a decision.
Right, so this has now turned into a war. And we're gonna have to fight the aristocratic revolt, except for we don't have to, like you pointed out.
Yes.
So there's a number of fronts here because the country's basically split. I mean, none of these look terrible. This looks like
Do they have
might-
machine guns?
might be
That looks like-
Yeah, those like animations are definitely too fast. I think that's something we have talked about earlier, where it looks a little bit like they have machine guns.
Well, it
And
is
we
the
never
time is going
mobilized
fast, you know.
anyone. We didn't mobilize anyone, so this war is costing us nothing right now.
Nope.
France wants us to enter their customs union. Now, here's an interesting one. This is because we joined their alliance.
Yes.
And this would
Do we
make
want to enter the
us-
French market? Because it would give us access to a lot of goods.
It would.
Let's have a peek. What's expensive and what's cheap in the French market? Because this is gonna be what determines it. Like, is this advantageous for us or disadvantageous?
I don't know how to.
Let's have a look in the market.
Like
Let's open
Like
their
so.
market and see
Like-
what's cheap and what's expensive.
Click
so.
on the French flag there, right?
Yes.
Like so.
You
Like
click
so.
you click the French market.
French market. There we go.
And then let's sort by most expensive to least expensive.
Sort by most.
Okay.
least. There we go.
They have
Okay,
expensive explosives, so that doesn't help us super much.
Yeah.
Glass, that's gonna help our glass
Yeah.
industries.
Yeah.
Furniture, they're very expensive luxuries. So that our industries will do well from this. They have lead, which we need.
Yeah. They do. Coal is expensive though. What's cheap? Well, clippers.
Oh
is
wow,
cheap.
those are some
That's-
cheap
that's nice.
clippers.
That's good.
Well-
Sugar is cheap. Services. Okay.
You know what? For the sake, at the very least, of demonstration, we're gonna do this.
Yeah, let's do it.
And this is also gonna bring... We do lose our trade agreements, but this is also gonna bring all of our subjects and whatnot into the French market. So we're gonna have a
Yes.
really big French market.
So, take that, Belgium.
Let's have a peek at our situation just to see if anything critical has happened since this. Nope, doing
North
pretty fine.
Borneo.
And let's have a peek at our buildings, because things are gonna be very different now. So let's see what's profitable and what isn't.
Yes.
Okay,
Food industries are doing
textile mills are
great.
doing great, furniture
Sugar,
factories are great, glass
Yeah.
works, tooling workshops, yeah.
not so well. Yeah.
We might actually wanna... They're doing okay, but it's like, if they close, they close. Shipyards are doing awful.
Why? Oh,
Because the price of clippers is
cheap clippers.
tanked.
Yeah. That is true. So
You should definitely cancel the auto-expand to begin with, and not that it really matters, because they will only auto-expand if
Yeah.
they're actually profitable.
But yeah, of course we're building military ships already, and we
Yep.
can't extend.
But what we can do is we can export clippers.
that we can do.
Because someone
That
probably wants
we
our
can
votes.
do.
Upper right.
Clippers
The
and
Turks want their clippers,
the Turks.
and the Danes want their clippers.
Yes. But the Turks, we would get the most productivity and the highest amount, so we should definitely go with
Yes,
that.
and let's also export
We
to the
could
Danes.
also do it to the Danes. Let's do that.
Sort by amount,
Nice.
because I think,
Oh.
I'll be frank, there's so many clippers here that
Yeah.
we should be exporting more
Egypt
clippers.
as
I'm not sure
well.
what the French have been doing, but boats are involved.
Egypt as well. Oh, do you think their capitalists might have been building clipper factories, Martin? Egyptian market. All right. There we go. Now we've established a bunch of trade routes, and that's costing us.
Let's look at what our actual deficit here is, because can you click the clippers in the building?
Yes.
And let's look at how much do we actually need to export in the market, not in the estate. Okay, we need to export several hundred clippers to get the price up anywhere decent.
Yes.
And we have loads of convoys, and we still have bureaucracy,
Yeah.
So I say export more clippers.
You get a clipper. You get a clipper.
So what we're generally doing now is, because our clippers are so incredibly cheap, just about anyone wants to buy them, because they're gonna end up with cheaper clippers than whatever they're locally producing.
Now,
Yeah, didn't we remove it from the fishing? Didn't we take
Oh
it?
yeah, put it back on the fishing buildings, Jesus.
Okay.
That's gonna be extremely profitable. Good point. You get some extremely cheap boats now.
Yep. There we go. So much fish.
Okay, I think...
Excellent. So, however, another thing we can do is we can not change the...
No, because we're not the market. We're no longer masters of our own fate. But this is
Why
going to
are-
be great with free trade, though, because free trade has no tariffs. Free trade as
Oh,
a union, a customs union, is bloody fantastic.
Right.
Chat is pointing out that we could probably stop importing fish now as well. With
Yes,
the
we
ship
should stop
clippers.
importing fish. That is also a very good point, chat. Thank you.
Fish.
Probably. Like, I mean, we might probably making some money from that. Oh, it's... Oh, France took over our trade route.
Yeah, because it merged.
No. I think our trade route was actually just cancelled because they...
Yeah.
well, I'm not sure what happened exactly, but
yeah.
something happened.
Yeah, no,
We're
so
not importing fish
all
anymore.
of our existing trade routes anyway are no longer relevant.
Of course, that is actually not the case in the development version, but
Okay.
then trade routes are taken over if relevant, but now they're all just got cancelled. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of potential for producing expensive goods for the French now.
Yeah. I think we should actually be making a chemical industry.
Sure.
Chemical plants. And one level at least. And let's do that one first.
Yes. I will also point out that we're still very heavily in debt.
Oh,
We're
even
making
more in
1K.
How do I manage to get so in debt?
Because you keep building.
Because I keep building things. Right. So this is, but I mean, we're still paying it off.
Yeah, no, we're all right now.
We're
Actually,
we're okay now.
we're making so much money that we're actually managing to cover our.
Oh, it's because the investment pool, which
the
we're
investment
running out
pool
of.
is about to drain.
Yeah,
Well,
and now we've hit it, and now
we
we're
have
paying.
to talk about your addiction to building.
Yeah. How's the
What's
war?
a Prussian helmet doing there? What's that message?
That's a battalion reserve. Ignore
Right.
that for now. I think that's actually irrelevant in the current build. We just haven't removed the alert yet. But what is happening right now is that the aristocratic revolt is losing.
Okay, interesting.
We're winning! Woo! Let's send troops now to show our good faith.
Let's have a peek over there and see
Look,
what's
we
going on.
help. There's candy if you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit messy.
A little bit messy. There's some unmanned fronts.
So many
There's
fronts.
a war going on, or there's a battle going on.
I think what's happening actually is that the small subjects of the duchies in this are sort of attacking on so many fronts that the aristocratic revolt is having trouble.
Maybe.
Why are you not
Maybe.
changing the production method of the construction sector? It's because we are we don't have that much iron.
I mean, we could move down to wooden
Yeah.
buildings, and it would cost a lot less.
Let's do that because we're gonna go in default soon.
It's not enough. Not quite enough. Oh, pharmaceuticals.
You're just gonna have to cut back on construction,
That's horrible. No, I refuse. Bankruptcy is always an option.
Someone who knows the economy help this man in the Netherlands is dying.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something. I've already cut wages.
Okay, I think you have to do what chat says. Let's start taxing grain.
No.
No?
No, but we are gonna not build for a while, I think.
Oh, and radicalism has been slowly building as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
You're gonna.
I hate it, but
Yes.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Yes, you are.
I am.
And
going
now we're
to
paying
change
so
that
much in
back.
interest that it's gonna take us ages to recover.
But it's fine because we're paying the interest to our pops. They are using
That is
it to
true.
buy
Our rich
things.
pops do get richer from us being this much in debt,
Yeah.
which means they're gonna get happier. So
Yep.
that is the upshot to being horribly in debt.
So, just for this is something that I'm not certain of either. Like, so with the radicalism growing, what immediate actions can you take to like combat that?
So we can see that the radicals, you can see the radicals here are mostly situated in Holland.
Yeah.
So
And if you hover over the tooltip there that you were just in, you can actually see the reason that we're getting radicals.
yeah, so radicals.
It
you were
doesn't
talking
tell you
about this
anything
one.
useful.
This one here.
Yes.
This is from decreases in standard of living, right?
Yeah, so basically we've been putting the squeeze on people, we've been taxing them, and a bunch of our buildings have not been doing great. And also there's a lot of angry pops in Brunei for some very mysterious reasons.
Strange. So one thing we could do with that, if we were able to do it, which we cannot, but
Violent suppression only really helps once there's turmoil, and we don't have turmoil yet.
that is
We could
right.
do emergency relief,
Yeah.
but that's gonna cost money.
Yep. So now, I mean, it's still only 234,000 out of.
Yes.
It's a
Here's
small
what
fraction.
Here's what I think we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to cut back on expenses somehow. We're gonna have to downsize our government or pay our military less or something, because this is gonna take forever.
Okay. So we can have a look at.
Or we're gonna have to hope Britain offers us another bailout,
I
because
mean-
at this point I think I would actually take it.
Ports, government administration,
Yes.
like all these are necessary, Martin. All these are necessary expenses. We could pay the military a little less. Right? Right? That's okay. We now have free trade. We succeeded.
Alright.
We succeeded. This is fine. This is great. This is excellent. Now we can focus on something else if we want.
There was a
but
lot
our
of
trade
red
is
there.
Oh boy.
is gonna go a lot better.
Wasn't there a lot of red in our political view there? On the overview.
Oh,
Yeah.
like here?
Yeah.
Like landowners
get
and
two-
rural
yeah.
folk are a little unhappy.
Okay.
The revolt
apparently-
is over, at least.
Our subject 1.
The industrialists are very close to activating the job creators trait here, which will force the capitalists to invest more into the economy. It would be nice if we could actually get them across the threshold there. And of course, the way to do that is to make their increase their standard of living. So let's take a look at what the upper strata are paying money for. Services, luxury furniture,
Yes.
and luxury clothes. Luxury furniture is 16.2% of all their expenditures.
So, Mikael, I have a plan.
Yeah.
We're gonna raise taxes.
Yes.
There's a decent chance we're gonna get a civil war,
Uh-huh.
and then France is gonna save us.
Okay. That is a plan. Sure. Raise taxes. And resume construction, because I need them furniture manufacturers.
Then why not tax grain then? If you want to piss people off.
Stop building, please.
Oh no.
Please stop
That's
building.
so much money. Why did it suddenly? Oh, because it's iron frame. It's fine. I can do it like this. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna
Chat,
be okay.
will you help me with an intervention for this guy?
No. Look, we have 500,000 in credit. We will be okay. I can build some furniture manufacturers. It's just some furniture. Because the thing is, once these furniture manufactories are done, they're going to crank out more luxury furniture, which will make the industrialists happy, which will put them over the threshold to contribute more to the investment.
None of
pool.
which I will point out actually gives help with our debt situation.
Well, but it will let us build more.
All right, let's try Mikaelnomics.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
Oh,
But you wanted to raise taxes, which we did.
yes.
Can we put any more
yes.
consumption taxes on?
I don't
Not
think so.
really. We could exchange our clothes taxes for
Yeah,
something else, maybe more
but
syntax.
Let's have a. What do we get from the clothes tax actually?
Clothes tax gives us currently 4.
Yeah, that's all not good for bang for buck.
No.
Let's remove the consumption tax.
We
from
remove
clothes.
that, and we can add liquor
Yeah, liquor. It's usually a classic.
and.
It's services is the one that gives us the most money.
Yeah.
Well, grain.
The thing with grain is it costs so much authority as well, so it's not always worth
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's close. It's close. If we
Now
crank-
let's
Ah.
leave it alone for now.
So did this make? Are we making the rich happy now with their cheap furniture?
Not
God.
yet. Not yet, right? Not yet. We have another 16 weeks of this to go. And
Oh.
but it's we're on the right track now. See?
Yes, and
On the
all
right
we've
track.
done is cut government wages to the bone, raise taxes
Yes.
through the roof,
Yes.
all so we can continue building.
Yes. Look, building's important. Inefficient
Furniture plants,
agriculture.
mind you.
Oh, right. So they're complaining about the subsistence farms in Galway now.
Oh,
We should not do that. Upper strata pops in Galway? No, thank you. They serve our purposes, I think.
all I'm saying,
No.
We wanted that.
We wanted them to be happy.
Mikael, all I'm saying is, if you were making the economic decisions for a 19th century country trying to industrialize,
Yes.
Britain would be declaring you a protectorate right about
Yes.
now.
Yes. I can see that, but also counterpoint, furniture. Now this is a tricky one. This is a tricky one. Now I don't know what to do. I don't care about migration attraction. I do care about more radicalism among upper strata pops. On the other hand, I also don't want the industrialists to be mad.
Well,
That wasn't helpful at all.
no, it really wasn't. I mean, you have burned our country to the ground to get. Oh wait, they're gonna become unhappy either way because they're gonna get more radical.
Yeah.
Well,
You win. We should follow their advice.
Yes. Just finish your furniture manufacturers and then we can pause.
It's
Look, but now it's all of a
we're
sudden
very,
making
very
money.
Close. We're very, very close to. That's starting to look like the price of oil right there. It's below. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at how our GDP has grown because that might be that's a slightly happier figure than our
Yeah.
debt at least.
Yeah. We're a little bit more literate than we used to be.
Yep.
Our standard of living has drastically decreased.
I
That's-
wonder why.
Could be taxes, maybe.
I
Could
like
be
that
wages.
curve going up and it was like up at 14 and then just a
Yeah.
very precipitous drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, radicals is a curve that's going up.
Yep.
Curve go up.
Yes.
At least something is going up.
We've actually dropped a position in our prestige rank as well. That is not great.
I'm not sure our prestige has gone down so much as someone has just passed us because we're kind of messing up our country here.
Holland is in turmoil.
Yes, it is. Well-
no, it is no longer in turmoil. We're fine.
Okay. Are our colonies in turmoil? Yeah.
Yes. No, it's
Holland is in turmoil.
Holland is in turmoil.
It's not appearing for some
I
reason.
don't see that it's in turmoil.
Okay. See if you can use. Okay, so let's assume it's in turmoil, and let's go ahead and do something about that. So we'll have to lift the encourage manufacturing industry degree, I think.
Yep.
Because we don't have enough authority. And then let's switch that to some violent suppression. No?
I can't do that.
Okay, something is
Because
bugged.
I think there is some turmoil, but it's not sufficient to actually have an impact.
My bet is that the numbers on the alert are set different to the numbers on the actual mechanics.
Exactly. But okay, we're going in the right direction.
Yes.
I am going to fix this. I'm gonna fix it, Martin.
Okay.
It's gonna be
We
fine.
believe in you, Michael.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Let's do that.
I'll start to lean towards chat solution, which is just like invade Belgium to solve
they
all
just want us
problems.
to invade Belgium.
We have a political movement. They want us to restore mercantilism. Landowners and rural folk thought that was a lot better.
Let's not do that, but
No.
fortunately they're not very radical.
But they're getting more so.
So yeah, yes, but you did just
Yes, I did.
cut a bunch of taxes,
Yes.
so hopefully that radicalism should be
Hopefully
going in
that
the right
will-
direction.
that
So
will
a
fix
political
itself.
movement is essentially they're demanding a particular law, and based on the strength of the interest groups and the pops supporting the movement, you will both get like a boost if you try to pass the law that the movement wants. It will be, in the case of movements to like protect something, it will be more difficult to pass that law if there's a strong movement to say defend the monarchy when trying to get rid of the monarchy. And also, if the interest groups backing the movements are angry, or if the movement is backed by a lot of radicals, it can become revolutionary, in which case it will launch a civil war eventually, or it will try to launch a civil war to get the political change that they want, plus some additional political changes based on who is aligned with it. But in this case, the radicalism is pretty low, because I don't think the landowners and rural folk are that mad at us. Oh, hey, this isn't great.
We don't have any explosives. It's a problem.
We do have explosives, just not enough of them, I think.
We have 5.
Yes.
Oh
It's
no.
being
Oh no. This
from
is
Belgium. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah,
where did the explosives go?
that's an insufficient amount of. We really need that, Martin.
Yes.
We really need these chemical plants.
Fine. I'll allow it.
All right, do it.
And this is the very Vicky 3 experience. It's like you're trying to pay up your debt. You're just trying to be financially responsible.
Yeah.
But unless you spend more money, you're not going to be able to blow up a bunch of laborers. And that is just unacceptable.
Yep.
11 more weeks until they can explode themselves.
Child laborers at that.
Okay.
Is that what we're using?
Oh yeah, we have child labor.
Nice.
For the
Everyone has
mines,
child
yeah,
labor.
of course,
Nice.
naturally.
Let those little buggers work for the money.
We haven't even unlocked the laws to get rid of that yet. Not sure why we want to, honestly.
The rural folk are mad at us and are decreasing our technology spread.
Well,
less fun. Less fun. Overall, people are a lot less happy with us than when we started.
yes.
Yeah.
I did some mystery
I
to me.
cannot see any reason why.
I don't understand it. I mean,
Hey, we got Brunei.
look. Yeah.
We acquired Brunei
We-
for the Dutch nation.
We
and
won a war. We increased the GDP. What more do you want? We put in your preferred party in the government. Ungrateful peasants.
Oop. What's that little indicator there?
Mechanical tools. Yes. Yes, that's what I want to see. Because now I can
Now we can build even more furniture.
build even better luxury furniture.
Yay!
Okay, now will you love me, industrialists?
Nope. They like you one less than they did before.
yeah, because of that event.
It will change. They will change their mind.
One day, the industrialists will swipe right on you.
Yes.
But today is not that day.
Today is not that day. input good shortages for explosives. But I mean, the difference is so enormous.
Yes,
It's the French are building munition plants, which they should not
Yeah, I
do.
suspect that they were importing the explosives earlier, and somehow their route got cut off,
Yeah, that might
and
be
now
it.
they're kind of in trouble. So can we import explosives from anywhere? Yes,
Belgium.
we can import from the Belgians. Screw it, fine.
It's at least a little bit. It's at least.
Yes, we went to Belgium for explosives.
Yes.
2 more weeks. 1 week. Until we get our own explosives.
Our own explosives.
I mean, there are explosives in Belgium.
What?
Ah.
Oh, I see. how
No,
you're
we're not
thinking.
gonna start any wars with the depth the way it is now. We would go into default and our armies would absolutely collapse.
So we can only produce artificial fertilizers here. Produces 100 fertilizers for us.
And we should also find something to use them.
We can divert
Yes.
quite a bit to the ammonia soda process. So let's
Get into
do
that ammonia soda process, and I would say we probably have some farms you can activate fertilizer use on, so that's not completely useless.
Yes, because we did research that.
Yes, we did.
Right
farms.
Or it's spread to us. Soil enriched farm.
Hold on, there was a shortage warning there. You're activating too much fertilizer. Go back to simple farming. Yeah, let's switch Gelre to simple farming, and then I think Holland will be. You have to be a little bit careful when you're doing that sort of batch switching of production methods.
Yeah, it's looking all right. It's looking all right. Yeah.
We have a lingering shortage, but that's fixing itself.
We are doing fine.
Would we benefit from switching to tools? I'm not sure what the tools price is in the market on the farms. Yes, we would actually.
We would.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Let's use harvesting tools.
We would free up quite a bunch of laborers.
Yes, I was thinking, I seem to remember that tools were cheap in the French market, so
yes.
let's give them some tools.
There we are. The mercantilism restoration movement has dropped in radicalism. That's good, probably because we reduced taxes a bit. Right.
I thought the idea was to trigger a revolt.
No,
No.
well, it was more like,
I
well,
don't have to.
I'd rather risk the revolt at this point, because he will not stop building.
Yeah.
No, but now there's only 1 week left for the furniture manufacturers here.
You will finally have Dutch IKEA.
See, check this out. We're gonna build up our investment pool again, and then it'll be build in time.
In the end, it'll just be like the Netherlands will be no more, will be partitioned between like France, Britain, and Belgium, but you will have your furniture manufacturers, and it will all have been worth it.
It will be fine. See, look now, check this out. We're going to build some furniture manufacturers.
Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at some questions, actually.
Yeah, why did it jump back?
No.
It was just like 1 week left.
No. It's we didn't have enough money.
What? All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean we have. Okay, you do you. Let's see. Why care about capitalists becoming radicals? It's not that many don't, so they won't rise up with many troops, right? So here's the thing: if the approval of interest groups is reduced if a lot of them are radicals, and it's increased if a lot of them are loyalists, if all your capitalists are radicals, your industrialists are going to absolutely hate you, which is bad for a number of reasons. And they can definitely start a rebellion, get the people behind them, and maybe drag in other interest groups, and maybe even get foreign support, because rebellions aren't just domestic affairs. Other countries can get in as well. Removing explosives from iron mine might help with iron production. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. That would decrease the amount of nitroglycerin that our laborers are handling, and I'm not okay with that. As a subject nation, can you have an independent market? Theoretically possible, but all types of subjects that are currently in the game do join their overlords market. But you can set, if you were modding, or if we decided to do it in the future, you could set up a subject type that actually has their own market. Yep.
Excellent. Well, I for one is just completely mesmerized by watching Mikael do his economic magic here. It's wonderful. How's it going? Like, how's the approval of those industrialists coming along?
Bad. They're just becoming angrier and angrier.
But the radicals are dropping. That's the good news.
The radicals are dropping. And
Turns out, if you stop taking all their money,
yeah.
some of them will cease being mad about it,
Yeah.
even if not all of them will cease being mad about it. Because some of them still remember that you did take their money.
Screw frigates. Let's see what we can do with our shipyards
So,
now.
Another question, which is very relevant to just brought up. So we can see on the screen that the radicals are increasing and loyalists decreasing. Why is that? It seemed quite fast. Well, in this particular case, the amount of radicals are increasing and decreasing because Mikael hiked up. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna take some partial responsibility for this, given that it was actually my idea, but I will still blame you.
Yeah, that's
We hiked up all the taxes, we cut salaries, and we generally made people a lot poorer, which made them quite mad, quite fast, because, you know, how would you feel about waking up tomorrow and finding out that all your taxes were doubles and all your salaries was halved? Probably not super happy about it. Just a guess. And then we reversed a lot of that, which makes some of the people we made mad stop being mad, but not all of the people we made mad.
we can see on the radicals breakdown here. 587,000 became radical from decreases in standard of living, whereas 273,000 recovered.
And also, we have lost 70k radicals because
So
they died.
We're not
nice.
having that much left, and like I just realized we haven't really looked a lot at the pop browser, I feel.
No, we can take a look at that in a sec. So this is nice, actually. We got reduced loan interest rate, so we're going to be paying a little bit less in interest now. So yeah, population. So here are some representative pops from the different stratas in our society, and some breakdowns by profession, by culture, by religion, and in just sheer numbers and political strength, which is often
don't
informative,
forget the
right?
pie chart button.
Yeah, so
That's a very
if you
important
like pie
feature.
charts, if you're one of those people who prefer pie charts, then you can click on the pie chart button, and there's your pie charts. Now, for me, I'm going to go back to the grid very quickly. The peasant population here we can see is like the largest one, right? Peasants and laborers. But when you look at the political strength distribution, that is absolutely not the case, right?
And peasant population is actually something that's really relevant to track, because your peasant population is kind of your very underused economic potential. Like everyone who's just subsistence farming could be put to more productive uses, at least from the perspective of us, the player.
Yep.
Maybe not from their perspective, but who cares about them? So a very big part of growing GDP early in the game is just finding ways to put peasants in places where they're actually making use of taxes.
Yep, which is easier in a country like the Netherlands, who don't have serfdom. If you play a country with serfdom, then your ability to use peasants is a lot more limited. This is all the pops in your country, split up by profession. So if we want to look at a particular one, let's say some clerks, and these are now, of course, like broken down by what building they work in, what culture they are, what religion they are. So here are some clerks that work in a port in North Borneo that we just took over. These are Bornean clerks. I suppose they probably worked there prior to us taking it over. They're doing quite well under our rule, as we can see. They are doing
Well,
quite
it's
they're
clerks.
doing okay.
Yeah, that's true.
They're
14
okay.
isn't bad for clerks.
14 and 5.
Yeah, they're working the port, so they're getting a nice fat government wage now that the government wages are no longer horribly cut.
Right, right. Maybe the government wages are better in Netherlands than
Almost
used to be
certainly,
in-
because government wages are based on your sort of average national wages.
Yep.
So
And literacy is low but growing, right? We can see they have 28% of them have access to education when they are born.
yeah, but just 12, because they
just
are
based
in an
on-
unincorporated state, so they don't get any benefit from our.
Education institution,
Yes.
exactly. If we were to incorporate
Oh, hang on.
North Borneo, oh right, publications associated with the Conservative Party have been particularly effective in spreading the party line. Should we? They have used the papers brilliantly and will add momentum. Oh, we have an election going. That's why. Or we can just let the paper mills benefit from this. This is a boom for publishers. Do we even have paper mills? I'm not even sure that we.
We do.
We do. We do. We
You
do have
quite a
5
few
levels.
mills, actually.
Let's do that.
Mhm.
I prefer that to the Conservative Party gaining momentum. So, where was I? Right here.
Just let me answer a question, because I was going
Mhm.
to talk about this earlier, but I'd never mention it. But now we get a question. So the little tick mark on an event is what it
Yes.
will pick if you don't make a
Yes.
choice. That's what will be.
I was
picked
also
for
waiting
you.
for an event to answer that, but I'm glad you caught it since
Yep.
we were busy looking at other stuff. Yeah, and initially events pop up like in the outline and on the map. If you wait too long, it will sort of pop up in your face to remind you that, hey, you should probably deal with this. And if you still just wait, then it'll pick the default option.
So you can always like open an event
Yeah.
and close it down again without making a decision if you want, and things like that. So yes, there are quite a few radicals among these clerks, but I think that's gonna improve. That's gonna get better.
The trade unions are not relevant.
Trade unions are not relevant at all, really.
They will become relevant later with technologies and growing industrialization, usually.
And yeah, like I mentioned before, if we were to go into North Borneo and incorporate it, which again, it would take 20 years because of cultural differences, so it would take a long time. But if we did that, then we could extend our school system to Borneo and educate those clerks better. But
Indeed.
as it stands, we cannot. We have an election. Oh, wow! The Conservatives have really
Those
overtaken
papers were
things.
very effective. Those.
Yeah.
So what's happening here, I believe, is that the Conservative Party has actually grown. I think it just used to be
Yeah.
one IG,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, you're
now
right.
it's a coalition of the
Even
church
yeah.
and the landowners that
That's right.
are very tired of all this free trade.
Yep. Yep. So that's going to be an interesting shake-up, I think, in a month when that election happens. I mean, we're doing better. Can I start building again?
That depends. Are we invading Belgium?
We
before
have
the stream ends?
112,000 in the investment pool. I'm going to go ahead and start building.
We only have about 15 minutes of game time left, so
True.
if we want to
Oh,
do
no.
some weird stuff.
All right,
We only have 15 minutes of game time on stream left. I can play for as long as I want.
Mikael.
Yeah.
Chat has been asking for one thing since the entire beginning. We're probably not going to be able to finish it, but we can at least start it.
Okay.
Let's invade Belgium.
Okay.
So what
Under
we're gonna
what
need...
pretense?
Hold on. First, let's get our finances in order.
Does that mean
Tax
You
break.
pause the
building?
constructions.
Oh no.
Okay. You jack up the taxes, because we're going to need some money to pay for this. But
Mhm.
I think all true Dutchmen will sell their clogs to pay for guns to invade Belgium.
Yes. Do I want to reduce government?
But
budgets?
let's not
Let's
reduce
do
the
that.
military salaries at
No,
least,
no,
okay?
I'm not going to do that.
Cool.
Do we want to make them a puppet?
We have claims on them, I think.
Oh.
Return state.
Oh yeah.
Well.
Right.
Okay.
There's
30 infamy.
So France
Support.
is preference to support us.
Yes.
I'll be honest here, final French AI probably wouldn't be super inclined to support you here, but for now, let's abuse it.
Let's do it. And of course, the other thing we want to do.
Wait,
What
are
is
they
happening
rebellion
here?
again in the
No,
Dutch
it's a
East India?
Yeah, it's. Yeah, they
Oh
are.
my god.
The fools. So.
Don't forget to pick a side if you don't want to lose them.
Forget it. We will have
I
Belgium
don't-
soon. We
yeah, I
can
don't
forget
care.
about Indonesia.
We're gonna return.
Yes, we're gonna
Bologna as
return
well.
everything.
So now, notably, I mean, these are independent war goals.
We
So
should mobilize and we should conscript. Raise everyone and everything.
mobilize all generals, activate all conscripts.
God, we're gonna go so bankrupt.
There we go.
But maybe the Brits will offer to bail us out again.
I think the Brits will be opposing us, but that's just my guess.
Does he have enough? Well, we're gonna find out. I think so. He can command 66 conscripts.
Yeah, he's
gonna
fine.
be
Well, he can
fine.
command the entire army.
I'm still
David
impressed.
Hendrik
I'm
Schaff-
impressed that he's still alive. It's like it's our old veteran from the Bornean
All right.
conquest.
Let's
So-
see. Okay, we're coming to maneuvers. Maneuvers. Mikael,
Yes,
the
yes,
play.
Yes.
The play, Mikael.
Maneuvers
Okay.
Add war goal.
They want to humiliate us. Okay, so pause.
and revoke.
All right, so this is looking great. We have nobody leaning us. We have Britain, Prussia, Spain, the Ottoman Empire, basically everyone leaning
Yep.
Belgium, and we
nobody
have
will accept our.
France.
France, give France some more. what do you
Russia.
call it? Russia and France. Get Russia and France.
Russia
in.
and France.
Forget about Russia; they're far away. What can we offer France?
Oh, France. Nothing.
Oh,
Because we already owe
oh
them an
no.
obligation. But we can offer an obligation to
Do it
Russia.
to Russia.
Sure.
Let's
Well,
see
yeah.
what they have to lose.
Yeah,
We
this
can't
will
keep-
go great.
We could probably have offered France Wallonia here, and then that would probably have brought them over. But no, Wallonia is ours.
Right, yeah.
But what happened if we like give obligations to Spain and Britain? Will that not
They would
make?
not accept. You could see that there was nothing we could offer them that they would accept.
Oh,
Okay.
we have a problem.
Yes.
We have Luxembourg. And
Yes. Luxembourg is a problem. I agree.
the Luxembourg is going to get invaded.
No.
by Belgium.
Luxembourg is going to defeat Belgium, and I will not hear this defeatist talk.
Okay, I'm just saying we could recruit another general and send him to defend this.
They would be
front,
cut off from
but
supply.
Yeah, they
So that's
would
not a
be
good
win
idea.
back.
We will
We'll rely on France.
we will meet
France.
the Luxembourgian army in Brussels.
Yes,
Yes.
France.
It's a
needs to
two-pronged
come
attack.
and help
The
us.
famous Luxembourgian pincer move.
Dutch pincer move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
The British India Company has apparently, interestingly enough, come in. Okay. Forget about this. We don't care about Indonesia. Indonesia isn't even a real place.
Right. Yeah. East India Company is supporting Belgium.
Which is interesting. That is just the
Stupid.
Why do they
East
even have
India.
an interest here? But I guess they do.
I mean, they're dragged in because of Britain. They really shouldn't be going in independently, but like I said.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no, they want to liberate Brunei. That's why they're getting involved.
Oh.
They want Brunei for themselves. So there's
Right.
actually a reason they're getting in. Of course, they care because Indonesia, they think Indonesia is a real place, and they don't know that it's not a real place.
Okay.
And interestingly, nobody else is getting involved right now. I think the AI might be a little too passive in this build, but that's good for us.
Good for us. Good for us.
Prussia and France is on
countdown
the
to war.
on the fence. So.
Yeah.
But it's too late now.
All right. We are going to lose Luxembourg.
We're gonna win Belgium.
Yes, we believe in Luxembourg.
No, Luxembourg is going to be...
This is only because you didn't believe in Luxembourg.
Yeah,
That's the only
Oh,
reason they
no.
were defeated.
Oh no, this is not good.
there's a ton of
the
East India Company.
are invading.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're beating back the Belgian army.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Let's not do a
Chassis.
3-5 war here. We're running out of time. I think we have a few more minutes.
Yeah, no, it's we still have like 10
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Okay. That.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
we're
this is-
bigger. We're bigger. This is fine.
How are we doing on guns?
Oh, we
Yeah,
can
we're
also
actually
do.
making- we're
We
actually
can also
making money here.
invent stuff.
Good. Good.
We have interests that are going to disappear soon.
El-
Are we? Oh, because we're doing so poorly for
Yes,
rank?
we dropped to a minor power.
Oh no! Why?
I think we lost Indonesia. Yeah, we didn't protect Indonesia, so because it's not a real place.
Shoot. shoot.
Apologies to any Indonesians out there. It's just right now, Indonesia is not a real place because Belgium is.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what you wanted, chat. This is what you wanted. Yeah, what's right? Russia is fighting someone.
I think Russia has sent troops actually.
Yeah, but I
Russia
think
has sent
there was
some
a front in Perm. We get a notification about
Okay,
the Perm
can
front.
we have a
so there seems to be a front up in Perm. So this is like.
Can we take a little zoomed out mode and see what's going on? Cause okay.
Perm Ingrid front.
Is that
They're fighting Belgium.
Belgium. Oh,
I'm not sure what's going on here, but it's what?
Okay. Louis Evin is.
Belgium doesn't even have that large an army. I think the game is confused. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, now they
Yeah.
disappear. Now they evaporate.
No,
they
they're
moved
down here. They're down here. Hang on. So, Louis Evin. He has successfully naval invaded Russia.
Well,
You underestimated the Belgians.
But it's fine. We take Wallonia and the Flanders, and then we will reinforce Perm front.
well, the British. I believe the British India Company has arrived with most of their.
Battle for Brussels is going on.
Yes.
Will we win?
Oh boy.
Will we win? Oh, it's so close. There. Okay. Belgium
Okay.
is
Because Belgium decided to just move to Russia.
Belgium
apparently.
has been conquered, but their army. Okay, mining accident.
Oh no! What could possibly go wrong? Children and nitroglycerin. What could
Yeah.
possibly go wrong? I don't get
It
it.
is a small price to pay for the March of Industry, though.
Yeah, it is. It is. Lower strata possibly become more radical. Yeah, I can live with that.
Okay, I will definitely be looking into the Belgian 5D chess in Russia, but it's
I don't see the problem. Look, they were just going for the heart of Russia in a desperate attempt to end this war.
But it's obviously they feared the
It was a
might of
gambit.
Chassé. Our 78-year-old general here scared the shit out of him, so he has fled to Russia.
okay.
Russia is victorious.
Yes. The good news is we're gonna win.
We are going to win. You know what the even better news is?
We're making money.
We
Furniture
can start
factories.
constructing again. More furniture.
We're gonna need more furniture to like decorate our new Belgian homes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So Belgium is absolutely losing.
Yes. I think they might have done better.
Wait, now a
if they
lot of
didn't
people
wholesale
came
sell
up.
They've spent 1.5 million on this war so far. They spent as much on the war as our entire credit limit.
Nice.
And
We only
yeah,
spent 500,000, so we're good.
yeah. I mean, that is the entire. It's not just Belgium. It's
Yeah.
also the East India Company.
True.
But there's no battle going on?
Is there a battle
No,
going on?
Like, shouldn't we be moving down and like retake Luxembourg?
It's.
We've liberated Luxembourg.
Oh.
Did we?
I think so.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh,
Luxembourg
I
is
think
still
it's the
Belgian
one
occupied.
province front bug. think that might still be in this build.
No, I think this is the front.
Okay.
So we
All
are
right,
we are still struggling for this front,
Okay.
but they're not giving up
the
yet.
Belgians have rallied.
Yeah, they're not giving up yet, but they are very close. and we are definitely going to win this. They will lose in a week.
Oh yeah.
In
We
one
getting
week.
notifications from control booth. We have 5 minutes to end this war.
Wow, look at that. It's a bit of a precipitous drop there. But we're building everything. There we go. Yes!
Yes.
Proper Netherlands again.
Perfect. And we only have 1.33 million radicals now.
They're gonna be happy when we reclaim.
Let's have a look at the turmoil level in the... Oh yeah, we're still fighting the
Why is
British
this?
India because they're still trying to liberate Brunei.
Oh.
The war isn't over. They still want something from us.
Right. Right. But I mean, I think. I mean, I'm done.
Yeah. Let's give it to them.
Propose peace deal.
We traded Brunei. I think that's a good trade.
That's a decent trade.
Belgium
we
for
go.
Brunei.
Yeah. No, this is good. This is good.
And we definitely don't have a lot of turmoil in the conquered
wow.
conquered Belgium.
Yeah, right. We got to do something about that. But look at that GDP though.
Yes, the GDP definitely went up.
We took those
Because we took
factories
over
back.
the Belgian GDP, which was way better than ours.
That's right. Population shot up a bit too. Beautiful. It's just a very radical population.
Yeah,
but we can
it's
deal
just
with
that we're definitely gonna be getting a secession movement there in no time at all.
Meh. We can deal with that.
Can't you oppress them a little with that? We call
Don't
violent
have enough,
suppression.
we're gonna have to cancel something like.
I think this is actually a pretty
back
good
up.
place to stop at because we are running out of time anyway.
Yep.
Because we've won. I'm surprised.
We stepped down. We have done ours. Like the other thing is someone else's problem.
I have a small list of things that I'm going to be looking into for the next one. Primarily the glorious Belgian naval charge at Russia. Because oh my god, I don't know what went wrong there. And then yeah, but this was fun. We didn't even make it 10 years. I think next time we stream, I believe that we will be trying to focus more on actually playing and less on showing off the game. But regardless, I hope you guys enjoy this. Absolute madness.
Yeah. At least we did please the chat. Like we did follow the wish of the masses by creating the real Netherlands. I believe in this. Yep.
Yeah,
Well.
and then this Netherlands will definitely not be ripped apart shortly after.
That's not our problems.
No, it's gonna be fine.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And again, Vicky 3 today we open it up for pre-orders. So go to Steam and pre-order the game if you want. And the game will release on October 25th. And your gracious hosts here today has been me, Björn, community manager, Martin Wisk, game director, and Mikael Lechek for that is the lead designer. And yeah, see you in 2 weeks, I believe, is the next time.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see what we will play then. I don't think it's decided.
And I'll hopefully see some of you on PDXCon.
Oh yeah, don't forget that. So, this weekend, starting Friday, we will have PDXCon here in Stockholm. And I don't think it's too late to go grab that ticket if you want. You can actually... It's actually included in the ticket price. Among many other games, you will also get Vicky 3 with your ticket. So, that could be worth it. Anyway, thank you everyone. See you later.